Hello, I'm coming in just a little bit early to test everything. I've been having some issues. It looks like we have most things resolved. Um, yeah, I think we're okay. Uh, yeah, I think we got it. Okay, and that's not too bad then. And those of you who see this in the future, I'm just checking because we have had some things going on with StreamYard, with the equipment and all kinds of things, you know. It's been a lot of fun. Okay, maybe not, but it's okay. I'm not worried about a thing. That's the nice thing about it. This is not what I have to depend on for. I have not monetized this, so I'm a free woman, pretty much. Hi, Gladys. How are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see ya. Oh, I do. I have some cool news. And on several fronts, actually, my dear. So I'm going to I came in a little bit early. I know it's a kind of a weird time that I'm coming in. It's between when I usually come in. Usually it's either 8:30 or 10:10. But this time I decided uh I wanted to be in just a little earlier to make sure things were actually working and so on and so forth. Jackie! Hey, Jackie. Oh my goodness. You've got a 3-year-old now full time with the 83 year? What? Huh? Uh, 83 and 3 and wait. Are you saying the 83-year-old acts like a 3-year-old? Or are you saying you got a 3-year-old and an 83-year-old that you're watching? I'm not quite sure what you're going. Oh, the dad and the grandkid. Well, at least you can have them play together, right? Maybe. Of course, do they get up to orneriness together? Are they ornery? That's funny. That I was always thinking that would be a heck of a name for a kid, wouldn't it be? Henri, 'cause, yeah, that's the way ornery used to be pronounced by our parents and grandparents. Henri, Henri, Henry. Oh, cello. No, oh, you play the cello, Scotty? God knows what he's doing. Ah, yeah, okay. Uh, so it's all good, right? It's all good. So we got Gladys and Jackie and Scotty boy right now. Oh my goodness. Ugh, pardon me, but I've had a runny nose. And the thing is, I'm too slow to catch it. No, I have been having a little trouble with my nose. I think it's trying to clear something out. You always got to think of it that way. If your nose is running, it's trying to clear something out of your system. And they've had this, we've had this stuff that's been artificially put into the populace, I think. We've been warned about it that it's fungus based and it's going to be a respiratory thing. And though I haven't been really sick with anything, I have been clearing my throat and having sneezes and runny nose, but not like I'm cold. Not like I have a cold or anything or COVID or anything. I don't have any fever. Um, just um minor discomforts, kind of like I'd have an allergy season. Only it's not allergy season. Hey, Indie Groove, how you doing? Hmm. Oh boy. So I may be doing a lot of this. Okay. And I'm fine. Don't worry about it. It's some kind of almost like I'm having almost like an allergy reaction to something. But I think it might be that thing that was planned. So that we heard about. Could be. You never know these days. Anything's possible. Um, so anyway, is it about time to start? Yes, it is. I'm going to put on the music and let a few more people come in so that you can say hello, because I know you take a while to say her hellos. So I'm going to put some of the credits on. Call them the credits, actually, just the intro. Oh, and by the way, yes. Oh, we'll have that later. Hey, hey, how you doing? So, um, I was exhausted Monday. I am really sorry, but I'm going to be indefinitely next Monday because next Monday is card reading Monday. Okay, free card readings for the is it new moon full moon full moon. Um, so yeah, I think it's a full moon. Confused myself. I derailed my own train of thought. I don't need any help. So I do not like going to doctors. I don't like it. Some of you know how much I trust pharma, how much I trust current medical practice, um, and how I will go to great lengths to learn whatever I need to learn to take care of myself without having to go, to any of these things. I mean, I'll go way out of my way to figure out how to avoid doctors, hospitals, and pharma, using pharma, because I've just had some really bad, yeah, really bad experiences. Okay. And I guess one of them was I was very set, well, more than one, was when I was very young. I don't even remember it very well, but it terrified my mother, and it involved sulfa and a sulfa drug and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what it was, but anyway. Um, and really, when I was a kid, I was over prescribed antibiotics, which screwed up some things that I had to correct. As now that I'm older, I'm having to correct all this stuff. So, it's a pain in the butt to correct all this stuff that's been screwed up. And then there's other things. I mean, one of the reasons I haven't gotten a flu shot or anything is less I don't get the flu unless I get a flu shot. Then I get the flu. I definitely get the flu when I get a flu shot. That kind of thing. I don't have much trust. So I take allergy meds, which make me sleepy sometimes. So I don't take them before the show because sometimes it'll just knock me out. So I really don't even take them every day. Hi there, Max Vision. But it's been a while. It's been like a couple of years since I visited my doctor, and I need to visit every now and then to make sure, people want to know for various reasons and programs. So, how you're doing. And I had some things to ask for that I did need help with that she could do. But I just don't like going to the doctor. It just, I have a hard time with it emotionally. Mhm. So, no, actually, I have stopped taking it before class because it makes me drowsy. But sometimes I guess it doesn't wear off soon enough, but yeah. Sometimes it does make me pretty drowsy, but I will go into the drowsiness too if you have been drowsy. We'll go into some of what that can be because we are going through some things, and we've been talking about that, me and Gemini and Paul and a few people who, help people out with their issues. And I hear it all the time is like, I'm wiped out. I need to sleep. People hit a certain point when they're just sleeping all the time. We'll talk about that. Mhm. And why that might be. I'm not a doctor, fortunately. Actually, if I were going to be a doctor, I'd be a naturopath. The only problem, and I know some naturopaths. Problem is they won't take insurance. Insurance will not cover that. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Antihistamines break you out, itchy. Yep, yep, absolutely. They'll do stuff like that to you. Antihistamines aren't that much fun. I'll only take them when I really have to, when like I can't deal with it any other way. That's the only time I'll use pharma for anything. I carry a rescue inhaler just in case. 90% of the time, I don't have to. As a matter of fact, I don't remember the last time I used it. I I'd say 99% of the time, I don't need it. I can get my breath back without it, but it's there just in case. So, because I have allergic asthma, but there have been times when it's been very bad, like certain things, and it was certain stores I'd go to when I'd walk down the aisle, especially if it was produce that had been sprayed, or if I had gone to, say, a craft store where they had just gotten in dried flowers and stuff that had been sprayed, the sprays would put me right over the edge, and I would be so sick. And I don't do well with pesticides at all. They're really hard on me. That's why I either do organic or wash them very carefully with baking soda and so on. Um, Baking soda or vinegar is recommended to get rid of the junk on your produce. But but anyway, we're not here to talk about hmm, my maladies, really. However, I know, but we are going to have some healthy, keep yourself healthy talk. Okay, because I know you guys actually like that. You love to give each other your recipes for being healthy, for various things, for various ways to that you deal with things, with issues. So it's like, sure, we're going to talk about that. Um, because you guys enjoy that. And we're going to talk about just general keeping your health up. But the thing that I have to tell you is so great, and this is first I'm gonna tell you the you know. Well, when they do blood tests, I always get kind of weirded out when I get blood tests. I don't like those either. I don't like giving blood. And unfortunately, I have the kind of veins that move and they're small and they're hard to get. So there's been some times when I look like I was in some kind of an accident just from them trying to find my vein to get some blood from me. So I've had some very bad incidences with giving my blood. So I'm definitely not a blood donor. No. Up, Scotty, watch out for those fingers. Anyway, so I I wasn't looking forward to going there at all. So they of course do all the stuff and they took my blood pressure. It was 10 over. But really, I had just kind of efforted to get there. And usually that's the way it is. When I first come to the doctor's office, I got to talk myself down from being. So I said, take it a little later and you'll find it's dropped after I get a chance to rest a minute and catch my breath and, you know, do my little meditation to calm myself down because I'm at the doctor's because I don't do well with it. So, and sure enough, that's what happened. The second time they took my blood pressure, it was already on the way down. And it was down, it was only 7 points above and it was dropping. And that's typical. That's just about what I was expecting. It happens every time. And part of it is too because when you have fibro and you have some swelling, When they put that cup around you and it tightens up, it really hurts. It feels like they're taking my arm off. It feels like my arm is being squeezed to death. It really is painful for me. So, and when that pain starts to spike, pain will and stress will make your blood pressure spike. So, exactly what they're doing to take my blood pressure is exactly what's driving my blood pressure up. Eh, So, it always at first is a little high. Then, usually later on, it starts to lower, which it had done. But my doctor comes in and decides that she's going to give me some kind of prescription just to make sure because I've done so well. Now, I've lost 36 pounds, you know, 36 pounds. That's nothing to sneeze at. It wasn't really, really fast, maybe, but it was still 30 freaking 6 pounds. That's pretty good, you know? And I'm still, as far as I know, it's still happening slowly, which is fine. So she was happy about that. I told her about the things that I was doing, about what I'd taken out of my diet, no refined sugar, flour, gluten, pop, um, taking bone broth, you know, just stuff like that, and astaxanthin for, etc. And she wanted to know about it. She was interested. She's nice. She's really a nice doctor. She was interested in the bone broth because she'd heard about that. She said, "What's that like?" And it's like, well, it's good. It has a lot of calcium and collagen when you get older. If you don't want to shrink, you need to have your calcium. She goes, "Yeah." Is it good? Does it taste good? Oh, yeah, it just tastes like chicken. If you make it from a chicken carcass, it's just going to taste like chicken soup. Oh, okay, then, so she was interested. It wasn't that, but she comes in with a prescription. And she says, well, and she's almost apologetic. She's like, your blood pressure is a little high. And I said, I know. It's pretty typical for me, but I know. And she goes, well, we want to make sure you're doing so good that everything else is getting lower. We want to make sure that you're really doing well and that everything is, perfect. And I'm like, oh, okay, fine. I make my own bone broth, Jackie, and it's really easy. Hey, elderberry, how you doing? So, it's really easy. I mean, I'll talk about that a little bit later too. We'll talk about making bone broth and doing all kinds of things. Don't worry, we're going to get to that because I know you guys love to talk about that stuff. You love to give each other your recipes and stuff. So, um, absolutely, we're going to have that in the discuss. We're going to discuss it. And I know you're just raring for that because every time we bring up anything like that, you guys just got 5,000 things to say about it, and you're all very smart, and you got your own wisdom. And I learned something, you learned something, everybody learns something, right? So it's great. It's really great. So she gives me this medication, and I toddle off, and they say, well, it's a water pill. Don't, do you need to know anything about this, at the pharmacy? Uh, no, I'll look it up because I look everything up. I don't just take anything. I look it up. So I'm looking it up. Guess what? It's telling me contraindicated for people who have any problem with sulfa or antibiotics. That's me. I have a problem, and it's written right in my bio. She's got the information in my chart. But this product is contraindicated for people with problems with that. So now I'm a little pissed off and disappointed because she's nice, but and re-traumatized actually. Oh, well, there you go. That makes it healthy, right? And I have them put fruit in my margarita, so it's healthy. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Scotty. Orange juice and the vodka, that'll fix it. Um, I'm very disappointed and I'm a little re-traumatized. And one of the things that really made me think to myself is a couple of things. This is the reason that I went down the naturopathic path in the first place, is because of this kind of crap. If I had just taken that, as they told me to do, without checking on it. Now, I don't have an EpiPen. Now, the incident that brought up that I had a problem with this stuff was so far back I was a kid. I don't remember it very much, but it terrified my mother. But ever since, they've been doing things that honestly to me are kind of nuts. You know, it seems to me that, well, doctors are doing what they're trained to do. And right now, it's very, yeah, it's very scary. Oh, at the moment, ChatGPT is maybe a little better. Yeah, right. Um, well, oh, and Scotty, I eat eggs every day, every freaking day. Duck eggs, the kind who have the nice orange, not that pale yellow, but the nice deep orangey yellow yolks that they're supposed to have in regular eggs, but they don't anymore. But they did when I was a kid. I have them every day. I love them. So I'm thinking about that. And by the way, they did a great job of taking my blood. The girl was very careful, very sweet, did a wonderful job. You can't even find out, a few hours after she took it, you couldn't even find out where she took it, couldn't even see it. It was very, very good experience. So I'm probably not going to be as terrified of that anymore. Um, that's actually helping me get over all this. But this being prescribed the wrong thing, something that could hurt me, actually hurt me. That really got me. And I actually had a nightmare last night. So, but I know it was just trying to play out this stuff. And in my head, it was just trying to get through that fear. It's one of the reasons I'm glad I'm not married, still married to my ex. I mean, he would not be, um, oh, your eggs get Mozart and disco balls every day. Oh my goodness. Um, they are very good, Scotty. I will recommend if you can find a farmer. Well, there you go, Gladys. And you let them go out and eat what they're supposed to be eating as chickens, probably. Let them have their worms and bugs and stuff they're supposed to be eating. So, but duck eggs are wonderful. So if you can get them and really compared to the crap that you get in the store, I'm sorry, but industrial eggs are pale. Literally, they pale in comparison. Literally, in flavor, color, nutrition, everything. Okay, hands down, get yourself eggs from a farmer. From a farmer or raise your own, like Gladys. That's another way. Yep, there is no comparison. Exactly, exactly, Gladys. The nutrition in one of those eggs, in one duck egg, is probably better than the whole damn dozen that you get at the store. I mean, there's no comparison. The flavor is better, color, nutrition, everything. And the fact that if you know where they're coming from, you know whether they've been jacked with, right? Or have those hens been jacked with in some way, in some weird way? Right. So, oh, some of the eggs are green. Yes. You know, I have gotten green and pink and blue, very pale duck eggs. Yes. You can get different colored duck eggs, but they're very, very pastel. It's great though. Yes, I find that wonderful. Yeah. So, very more colorful. They're just more colorful. And you know, more color is a good thing. It means there's more nutrition in there. Okay? Yeah. They're all pastel, very pastel. They are. Oh, great. Oh, Gladys, that's great. I'm so glad you have that. Well, they're kind of blue gray. They're not really a very bright blue at all. They're kind of more blue gray, like like an extremely washed out indigo or something, like a extremely washed out navy or something. But not bright blue at all, not like robin egg. Robin's eggs are really pretty light blue. Yeah, Easter eggs. Oh, and brown eggs, yeah. I've had brown eggs before. But these are mostly different colors, pastel colors, duck eggs. Oh, see, I don't know those types, but are those types of hen? Oh, cool. Yeah, I have gotten from the farmer too. I have gotten the brown eggs, various shades of brown eggs from the farmer. Brown, all the way from dark brown to white. Um, yeah. So anyway, I eat those suckers every day. I love them. I eat them every day. I won't stop eating them. All of this bullshit about cholesterol, I don't believe in that crap, okay? Cholesterol is only a problem. Without cholesterol, you wouldn't be able to make scabs. You'd bleed out. Cholesterol is important, very important. And the only reason it ever turns into clots is if you have damage on the inside of you, on the inside of your veins and arteries. And if you do, then yes, it's going to form clot to keep you from bleeding out. But what's really the problem is all that fucking damage in there. It's not the cholesterol that's doing that damage. It's all of the crap that you're being exposed to through your food and whatever that is damaging your insides. I read up on this. I looked into this. So really the way that most people think of cholesterol is just totally bogus. The whole cholesterol issue. Totally bogus. Yes. So yes, and I will have some gluten-free bread with butter. I will have bacon. I will have sausage. I am not afraid, not yet, and even with my diet, I can have that if if I'm just careful about it. But, because I'm on kind of sort of a keto carnivore, that seems to be working the best for me, although it's really hard to stay away from the sweet stuff. It's I can, do much better with a kind of a keto carnivore than I just can't. It just doesn't work to be like vegan or vegetarian or whatever. None of that worked for me. That just didn't work. Um, so anyway, she was, really nice. We're talking about bone broth, but she gives me this crap. And I'm mad over it, but I'm thinking, okay, well, and I'm planning because I'm thinking to myself, well, the only thing I think she can get me on, if I'm not eating sugar, I'm sure as hell not going to have diabetes. And if I'm not eating sugar, I'm sure as hell not going to I'm probably not going to have cancer because cancer eats sugar. I'm not probably going to have kidney problems or liver problems because I'm not, I'm hardly drinking it. Every now and then I have some alcohol, but just rarely. I really don't drink that often. Um, I'm not drinking the pop and shit. That is bad for you. I mean, pop is really not natural. Very high acid and has a lot of weird shit in it now these days. So, I'm staying away from all that. I'm thinking the only thing is if she tries to get me on some kind of cholesterol drugs. So I'm getting all and she tries to get my blood pressure down. I'm like, okay, I am going to nail this somehow. Next time I go in, she wants me back in a month to check on me. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to nail this somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to go back in there. Everything's going to be perfect, so I don't get any shit. And then I'm going to explain to her a few things nicely. And I was on the phone to Gemini and we were talking about it. And I said, you know what? And I have decided, and she says, well, you don't owe your doctor anything. They're the ones that are working for you. You don't have to do anything. I said, no, but this needs to be instructive because what if she does that to somebody else and they aren't paying attention? You know, I have to, I have to make a point of it. So, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk to her and say, hey, you could have sent me to the hospital with this. What happened here? So that it clicks. She does listen to me sometimes. Like I said, she wanted to know about the bone broth and what am I doing because she's seen big improvements in me over the last few years. She's seen these huge improvements. So she knows that I must know something, right? And I can tell she's tired. She's getting older. She's tired. She's she's wondering what she can do for herself too. Yes. So yeah, see, that's the thing, Max. So I'm like, I'm taking as good a care of myself as I can possibly take because I do not want to go to a hospital and somebody deciding, oh, she's got this. We're going to put her on some medication. If I ever end up in a hospital for any reason, and I don't expect it, but Shit happens sometimes. So I don't want to give them any reason whatsoever to put me on any shit. So we were talking about that. And then I said to her, I said, you know what? And because I could hear David in the background, he's saying, well, what do you choose? How do you choose? Because I'm thinking, well, the only thing they might get me for is high cholesterol. That they might be able to complain about that. That's about it. They might try to put me on something for the cholesterol if it's high, but it usually never is. As a matter of fact, it's never been high. Oddly enough, and this is what Yolanda gets on my just she's so envious. Her family has high cholesterol always, and she's vegan. She's not vegan anymore. She's now just vegetarian. But she tries so hard to balance her cholesterol, and she always has high cholesterol, which tells you something right there. It's bogus. Okay. She eats carefully. She's vegetarian. She knows something about it. Okay. She still has high cholesterol. I eat a deck egg or two, and they're big. They're big. They have a lot of cholesterol. And I have never had high cholesterol. And so guess what? I said, you know what? Somehow I'm going to get the test. It's going to be perfect. So what happens? I said, oh, I got to go. I feel like another call's coming in. About a minute after I hung up, here comes a call from my doctor's office. It's the nurse. And she says, oh, I just thought I would tell you. Good news. The labs came back and your blood work is all perfect. Congratulations. And I'm like, well, thank you. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I chose. I chose for it to be just fucking perfect. Why? So they can't say a damn thing because you know what? They look at me, and to a lot of people, I'm fat, or even to some of them, I might even be considered obese. And they'll look at me and they'll make all kinds of freaking judgments, okay? And I hear it all the time. I hear it all the freaking time. Although I dare them to follow me for a day and eat what I eat and see if they can do it. See if they can do it, okay? Because could they give up their Big Macs? Could they give up all of their crap, you know, to follow me? I don't know that they could, right? You know, it would be so hard. They'd be crying, right? So, because David, he keeps reminding me, you know, this is a choice. If you want that test to be no drama, do you want drama? Do you not want drama? But I don't want any drama. All right then. So it came back perfect, and we're celebrating. Yay, me and Yolana. Yolana acting like she's very hurt and pissed and envious, but actually she's very happy for me because, like I said, people are so judgmental and they give me a hard time, and they've tried to tell me that I must be diabetic, I must have high blood pressure, I must have blah 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 gabble 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 gabble. And it pisses me off sometimes, but I try not to be triggered because they're just ignorant, you know, ignorant. And they've seen people who are very different from me have these issues. But I'm 60 freaking 6, people. I'm not particularly active. I'm not even really, I mean, I'm active, but I'm not really like running, going to a gym, none of that shit. My cholesterol's perfect. My sugar's perfect. My everything is perfect. My levels of every damn thing is perfect, right? Except she could have thrown me all out of whack with this fucking um blood pressure bullshit, you know. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, you know what? I'm just about this close because I'm watching something on YouTube about um yeah, oh yeah. hmm Um they will you know, I'm looking at this and I'm hearing how some of these people will say, "Oh, well, this one died," you know, the influencers who are, you know, anti-body shaming and body positivity for fat people and so on, um, how they died. They died. They're dead. They're died, and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, you know what? I'm wondering now. I'm thinking to myself, maybe I need a body positivity channel. Maybe I need to be one of these freaking influencers. Maybe I need to be the one that don't die. So you can shut up, you know, because you do not know what that person's going through or what they've been through. Now, true, some of these people are touting eat whatever you want, have whatever you want. Okay. And some of them are not doing well. But I think maybe I could help people. I don't know. Maybe I could help people by having a channel that has something to do with body positivity and what I do to keep myself from having these issues. You know? I don't know. You guys tell me what you think of that. Is that crazy? But, you know, it's not something I would ever think of doing. But, you know, maybe I should be doing that. Maybe it's one of the things that I should do on behalf of humanity because really we get a lot of I've had I have been tortured for that since I was a kid. I've been trying to manage my weight. And I've had all kinds of torturous things happen to me because of that. And the few times that I've been thinner, usually it were not very long lasting because I'm just not I don't think it was just cut out to be very thin, the willowy type. I'm just not. I'm just not that type. And back when I was growing up, they wanted everybody to be like Twiggy, who is very, very thin, emaciated looking, kind of, you know. I mean, back then was when they really started having the models that look like 12-year-old boys more than women. So, you know, 12-year-old girls or whatever. But, yeah, uh, the willowy type, and I never was. I was always the curvaceous, buxom, tall, um, you know, whatever you wanna say. I was a bigger girl always, all my life, even when I was a belly dancer, even when I was much thinner. I was a belly dancer for a while. That was part of um, how I lost a bunch of weight too one time, was I was doing singing telegrams and I was just dancing my ass off, literally, and went from being a 300-pound belly dancer, which was kind of a comedy act, to being a regular belly dancer, you know? More like just a regular belly dancer, which, um, oddly enough, was not as saleable. Interesting, you know? So, I went through that, and I had to develop a pretty tough skin because people will treat you badly when you have sometimes at some of these jobs. Sometimes they'll be very nice to you, but sometimes people will treat you very badly, and I had to develop this look, I'm here to do my job. I don't give a damn what you think, you know, that kind of attitude. I had to have respect for myself. I developed so much confidence from that job. I developed so much, so many techniques for dealing with people's attitudes. It was so instructive. But I could sing a song, tell jokes, dance, all at the same time. And I'm a person supposedly with asthma. But I got to the point where I could try it sometime. Being very active and sing and dance and tell jokes. Try to do all that at once and see how winded you get if you're not really in shape for that. So really that job did quite a lot for getting me in shape. So I was glad, but when I got sick, when I started to get sick and lose had balance issues and stuff, I couldn't do it anymore, which was very sad because I actually enjoyed it. I liked doing comedy. I liked writing my comedy skits. I did comedy skits. Of course, I love singing. I wrote my own songs. I did several different characters beside the belly dancer. Um, I, I, I miss that job. Really, not being able to do that job really pissed me off. Not because it was a plum job and I was making so much money, but because I really enjoyed the job. And if you're happy in your work, it's not such a big deal if you know, I mean, but sometimes I would get huge tips because it was good. I was really good. I mean, that's what my boss always said too, is, "Oh, you're one of our best." Okay? So, I would get good tips. And so that kind of made up for the fact that you didn't get paid much in that job. Yeah, I do. You betcha, Max Vision. I got skills and a hard won and a hard earned. Let me tell you. So I do. Hmm. And thank you for acknowledging that because sometimes I think I've forgotten that. But back in those days, you couldn't tell me a damn thing. Okay. You try to come up on me with that negative shit, I would put you down with something funny faster than you wouldn't even know what hit you. I would put you down in some funny way, but it would maybe give you, probably keep you up at night wondering if it were true. I was deadly that way. But, um but I always did it in a funny way so that I couldn't be called on the carpet for being mean to people. So, that was that life. And it was like a different life, doggone it. But I kinda miss the traveling around. I did so much traveling around in those days. Um, and it wasn't just, fight like they show you on TV where you go there and you're there 5 minutes, you sing a song, and you walk away. No, this was you did a skit, okay? It was at least 20 minutes long. So you had to be the life of the party for at least 20 minutes. Usually with a bunch of people, you have no clue who they are, okay? You don't know them. So you have to be the life of the party. You have to go into a group of people that you don't know and just be funny and entertaining and, all of that. Oh, and somehow I was really cut out for that. I mean, that's my new little tree. You like it? That's my glowing willow tree. I got a good deal on that, and guess who loves this thing? Mr. Cowboy. He loves this tree. As you see, he's curled up around this tree, and this is his new favorite thing. The minute I turned it on, his eyes got really wide, and he's like, "This is the most beautifulest toy you ever got me, mommy." It was enough to make him almost cry. Look at that. And so he's parked himself underneath it ever since. So he's just loving it. He's just loving it. He's licking his paw, but sometimes he kinda gets the tree in there too. See, it has different settings. Hope you don't have any problems, you can turn it off. I'm gonna turn it off for a minute. He's going through his nightly bathing, so we'll leave him to do that. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, putting everyone to bed. Okay, you're in and out. I'm not gonna say it. It's Scotty's job to say things like that. But, so anyway, you know, I used to be very active. I used to be a very active person. I'm not now. I'm not nearly as active. I've been sleeping a lot. I've been wanting to sleep like nobody's business, okay, for a while now. But if I do get good sleep, I wake up and I'm zooming. I'm just like, "Yes." But then I'll get to where I'm just like, "Well, there's nothing wrong with me, according to my lab work. There's not a doggone thing wrong with me. Nothing. I'm gonna go in there in a month. I'm gonna find some way to have my blood pressure nice and low when I go and be very calm. It's gonna be down, and she's gonna be thinking, "That's the stuff that I get," and I'm gonna say, "No," and then I'll tell her how I actually did it, okay? And then I'm gonna ask her why she you know, bring up to her that I don't have an EpiPen at home. That could have been bad. But I don't know what to do now. It's like, I don't wanna look for another doctor. Uh, I wish I had one, though, that understood the natural remedies a little more, that at least had it in their back pocket, you know? So I kinda wish, but I don't know. But I'm thinking to myself, who I if it ever came down to it, who would have my back? Who would have my back? Paul is down as who you're gonna call, if something happens to me, but if it wasn't for Paul, who would have my back? Not my doctor. So, that's on my mind. Oh, yeah, I fly when I sleep. Me too, or used to. You know what? I haven't lately, for a while. Come to think of it, I haven't. Mhm, that sucks. What, fly? Oh, Gladys, yeah, come on to Max's class. We'll do some of that. We do some of that here too. I've started to do some of that here too. So, yeah, we can fix you up that way. No problem. Me and Max both are behind that 100%. And then there's other stuff too. If you ever wanted to learn some of the other skills, shorten this bracelet just a little. It's a little too big on me. Um, but yeah, so anyway, that was on my mind. That's on my mind. I'll think of something though. That sounds like I need to make some kind of document so they can't just jack me over. Oh, you're going to Fort Worth for training with General Flynn. Cool. Okay. Well, maybe you can tell us a few things. Probably a different technique. It's probably a different technique, going to be a different technique, but that's okay. There's more than one way to do it. You're probably going to learn the military way then, which is a little different, but that's okay. It's the same. It's your third eye. Once you get going with your third eye and get that working, get that open, get used to using it, you're going to be fine. Maybe you'll even show us a thing or two. So, anyway, I thought I would leave it open now, that, but why we are so tired. There's several things going on. One of them, yes, they, the people who are trying to put a monkey wrench in our ascension, basically, um, are turning up the juice. They're turning up the heat. It's not going to work, really. And the stuff that they do, it's out of desperation. And really, they're getting so freaking desperate and ridiculous that I'm thinking we're nearing the end of it. We're nearing the end of its probability. I mean, they can't get too much more ridiculous than they've already gotten. Okay, or at least I don't think so. Maybe my imagination isn't big enough. But that's one. So they are turning up the heat in the frog pot. Most of the frogs have no idea they're even in the frog pot, okay? But we knew that. We knew that. This is not fear porn. Because you and I, we know what to do about that, okay? We know some stuff to do about this. We know how to turn it down. We know how to jump out, right? Hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, Gladys. It certainly is. Unfortunately, but as far as desperation, they're about as desperate as it gets. I think they're going to do some stuff that's so freaking desperate that they're just going to blow themselves to bits, in a manner of speaking. Not us with it though. I think we're going to be okay. And you know what? Once again, it's your choice. Which Earth, which probability are you in? I'm choosing one, a different one than what they're choosing. Now, let me explain something to you about where we are right now. I wanted to kind of draw, and I didn't get the picture drawn. Doggone. Let me see if I have something I can draw you a picture. Um, okay, we'll use this. Okay, now what they're calling 3D, 4D, 5D. Some of you may know what the flower of life. How many of you guys know what the flower of life is? And anything about that? Okay. So the flower of life is basically what's under the foot of the food dogs. That ball that is the flower of life pattern. It looks like a flower, but it's actually circles, many interlocked circles, because that's really the building blocks of reality, is the point, okay? And the circles arranged around another circle, arranged around other circles, arranged around others. And they interpenetrate each other. Okay. De la resistance. Ah, and hello, Mark. How you doing? 2,000 or less souls in the USA. Well, we're going to have to go into that, actually. I'm interested in exactly what you mean by that. So once I understand the question, I'll start answering it for you. I do have, I think I have my pendulum around, and I have my cards. So I might even be able to get some additional info on that. What I'm trying to explain right now is something about the of where we are. Okay, I'm going to draw this as best I can, hopefully. It's going to let me draw this. And of course, we're not really going in a straight line. Okay. That's piss poor drawing. But okay. I don't know if you can see it, but you see 3 circles. That's a horrible drawing. Let's see if I can do it any better. I are an artist, you know. Okay. There. Now, it's 3 interpenetrating circles, right? You got that in mind? Okay. So, the first one of them is 3. Density, dimension, whatever you want to call it. Frequency, I call it frequency half the time. Frequency 3. And the other one that's just touching it is frequency 5. But that one in the middle, that's 4. That is the transitional one. Okay, so this is why some people have actually seen 3 Earths, is because there is a fourth that is temporary, or a third that is the fourth. The third is the fourth. But yeah, there's a third world that is a fourth, actually, the fourth 4D, fourth dimension, whatever you want to call it. It's frequency 4, whatever. But it is a transitional place. Okay. It's not meant to last forever between the 2 worlds. We're still, okay. Okay. So, like this necklace, you've got a couple of circles. They're touching. 3 and 5 have always touched. But as we raise in our energy, we have gone past the point. We've gone past. We've been going through the fourth. Okay. We have gone past the point and broke through the barrier of 5. We're in the lower 5 frequency. Okay. We're in the lower 5. This is where and this is why you are going to start to get some of your abilities, your fifth dimensional or fifth density or fifth frequency abilities. So you're going to get some. This is also where we're going to get rewired. Okay. The sun is going to be different. It's going to throw out different codes and on and on. Things are going to be different. They will not be the same. The energy, the vibration will increase. We are still largely living with our what you might call 3D avatars. Some of that is still around in us. And that includes the energy that is stored in our bodies and the emotions that have been stored in our bodies. Okay. People actually store emotions in their bodies. People don't realize this. You can store many emotions in your body when you don't allow yourself or are not allowed to feel your feelings. You can store them inside you and they can hurt and they can cause disease. And this is actually, and a lot of times when you lose, and maybe that's part of the reason I've been able finally to lose weight again, is because I've been getting rid of some of these programs. I've been getting through some of these emotions. I've really done a lot of work, shadow work and stuff to clean myself out. But at the same time, it's like uh, we're getting fried. Our circuits are getting fried. Now, fortunately, it's not permanent. We're not getting totally burnt to pieces because we're alive and we're self-repairing. I'm 100% certain that our bodies were always meant to be self-repairing. And I find that the only supplements I really need to be healthy, I take the antioxidants as a precaution. Sometimes I will use a detox if I think I've gotten into something that may be toxic. But really, just Ormus. Just Ormus. And what does Ormus do? It makes the connections stronger between the cells. They can communicate better. They can pass the energy better. It's like upgrading from cheap wiring to gold wiring. You get it? You see what I'm talking about? And what we're going to be doing, and in the meantime, while we're going through all this, we're being rewired. Our bodies are being rewired. Our DNA is changing. In some cases, our structure is even changing. Of course, of course. They've got to keep poisoning us or we'd all be perfect health. Okay? So, good show tonight on The Missing Link. Is that a show? Oh, Ormus. Yes. Because I was talking to Gemini and she's had a problem lately and naturally she hears I got perfect, you know, my I'm 66, not terribly active, and you got a perfect, I'm perfectly healthy though. Well, okay, so we're talking about nutrition and stuff, and she's got her regime and stuff that she does, regiment, whatever. But she's wanting to know something about mine, and we're talking it over. And I realized I have a pile of supplements I don't take anymore, and I don't need to take them because I do still make Sasquatch tea from time to time, but not every day like I used to. I don't drink it every day like I used to. I am doing great on Ormus. And I realized, you know what? What happened is I ended up getting Ormus sent to me, two bottles of Ormus when I hadn't ordered any by Amazon. It took all my money to get this stuff sent to me. I got it handled, but it put me in the mindset, well, I might as well go back on Ormus again. The whole thing happened to put me back on Ormus. Why? Because that's what we need. So, yeah, yes. What I am taking is right now, I've got two kinds. One is atomic Ormus. It has iridium and platinum in it too, as well as gold. That's the one that I ended up with two bottles of, and I sold one to Jason, who it really helps you think. It gives you mental clarity. It really helps, honestly. And so, to such an extent that my poor brain damaged helper, Yolana, and she's open about having brain damage, but she's thinking of taking it to try it to see if it's going to help her. It's not cheap, but it's making us more connective, better connectivity. I have a feeling that once our cells can communicate properly, we're regenerating, we're self regenerating. So, you know, I'm not selling you Ormus. I wish I had a sponsor. That would be just great, but I'm not. But I really think a lot of my success, especially recently, has been because of Ormus. It's because of that incident that got me back on the Ormus because I'm much better. I'm a lot less sleepy. Although you're going to be sleeping when you need it, please do sleep when you need it. I mean, it's like I come up from the sleep and I'm energized, whereas before I'm just dragging around. One of the things is we're getting rid of the crap. It's like we're in, like I likened it to being at the park, right? We could going to the amusement park, except maybe we're leaving the amusement park and going to a real planet, going to a real reality, more real anyway. One that makes a little more sense. But anyway, and maybe it's a lot more fun. So, or well, it is a lot more fun from what I hear. And we're leaving our stuff in the car, okay? And we're not coming back to the car, okay, ever, as far as I know. We're just leaving everything in the car, and we're going to the gate. And maybe we're in line, or maybe we're just about to get, but we're definitely on the park property, right? But we're getting rid of our gunk, okay? And as you get pressed to get rid of your gunk, we're kind of in that four. That frequency four is kind of like the birth canal, okay? And it's squeezing all of the toxins and bullshit out of us, okay? Mhm. Absolutely, Max, and you know that. You know it does. So, yeah, it used to be Himalayan salt, but I guess now they're saying this Celtic or something. I'm gonna have to get some of that now that I've managed to manifest Himalayan pink salt at the Dollar Tree of all places. But because I was saying I need it around me, cheap enough for me to buy and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, well, I'm not using the salt ormus. I'm using the gold ormus. I found out that the salt hormus didn't do much for me. So, I tried various kinds. The salt kind didn't do that much. So, hello, Stone Epiphany, how you doing? What have you missed? What are we talking about? Okay. We're talking about all kinds of things, but really tonight, mostly about health. And especially if you're on the trip, if you're on the ascension trip, how to stay healthy during all that, during the shift, the great shift. And if if you've been on this scene anytime, you probably know what that is. From from 3 to 5, going through 4, density or dimension or frequency, whatever you want to call it. But we're talking about how we're going to stay healthy. And the reason I said the results of my my labs might surprise you is because of exactly what I'm telling you. I'm not small. I'm what some people would call fat or obese, even. I'm not that active. I don't go to a gym. I eat eggs and bacon in the morning. My labs are perfect. To some people, that would be a shock. Actually, to Yolanda, it was a shock. Okay? She's like, really? Really? At my age, because she has so many patients, so many clients that she takes care of that have, all kinds of problems. They're on all kinds of medications. She said, nobody comes back with a perfect lab work. Not even her. Well, I did. And that's why I'm telling you. May surprise people. I'm 66. Hmm. Mental health, that's being messed with too. I think our mental health is being messed with. Exactly. But yeah, where are the rest of us? Hi, Trace. But really, well, I'm sorry if you're not surprised. You can have your money back, exactly every penny you paid for this show. It's a free show. I don't monetize this show. I want to be a free woman. This is freely given stuff here. I'm not monetizing it. It's okay. I will monetize something else. I don't want commercials and all that crap. You know what? Laughing is very good for your mental health. Okay. I'm not surprised, but I am healthy. I'm fine. That's just it. That's the surprising thing. A lot of people would think she's 66, not very active, kind of chubby. She's got to have this and this and this, and diabetes and blah, 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 blah. Guess what? I don't have any of that. None of it. Nothing. Not a zip. That's the surprise. Okay. That's okay, love. Yeah, you can only get store credit. Well, thank you, Trace. I appreciate your vote of confidence. Oh, yeah, typo. Oh, God. I'll tell you right now. I am the typo queen. My little typo fairy, my little autocorrect fairy is just, she's drunk on her ass all the time. I don't know what the hell she's typing. She tries real hard, I think, but I think she likes to nip or something. Because some of the stuff she comes up with compared to what I typed. What? Are you even trying? So, ah, but fortunately, I have a sense of humor. Yes, it was just a typo. I got it. So, yeah, we're talking about how to keep ourselves healthy during this transition and how to actually get ourselves ready. What I really want to do, what I've always been doing since I changed the focus of the show a couple years ago, is get you ready for those godlike superpowers that are coming, because they're coming. When you raise your frequency, and they're really just natural gifts that we're supposed to have. But we're getting rewired. We're getting made ready. We got to leave the old crap behind, all of it. We cannot take it into the new place. So this transitional time, as we move from one to the other, is very good. It's good in that um, it's a blessing to us. Okay, because it gives us a chance to drop the crap that we don't need, to get it out of us and leave it at the door, leave it in the parking lot before we actually take the plunge. Right now, we're in the lower five. Okay, we're in the lower frequency five. I call it frequency five so that people don't mistake it, because they've got all kinds of. I mean, oh no, it's not. It's not dimension. It's density, and it's not. And I'm like, it's frequency. Everything's frequency. Come on, stick with me, people. It's frequency. We'll call it frequency five then. Just so we're. This is my definition. Okay, we have raised an energy to a different frequency band. Five. We are at the lower edge of it. It's going to get turned up. We're going to be in the fourth. And it's going to be, let me see, what have I got that's round? Okay, maybe I can do it with these cards. Helix cards. So as long as we're still in four, we have left three though. Three is gone. Three's gone, folks. Okay, so I'm going to show you with these three cards. Okay, three circles. Maybe that'll work. Okay. So these three cards, and you can see one, if I'm holding it, they're interpenetrating. This is four, this is three. Let's make it that way. This is five. That intermediate one, we're in there. We're in this one right here. Still. And this one. We're in this overlap zone. Let's get rid of three. We're in the overlap zone. Right there. Right there. That's where we are. Somewhere in between there. Okay. We're not all the way in five. We're still in four, heading out, but we're done with three. Those of you who have been on the ascension path, you're done with 3. It's gone. It's out of here for you. You won't be able to go back to it very shortly. If you still are tinkering with it, you're gonna lose contact with it very shortly if you are moving up, because as we move up, it's crumbling away. And so is the 4th. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Hi, Mac. Oh, is Max taking off? He's got to go. Good night. Night, Mac. Night, John. Hey, there's our countess. There's our counting countess. Right. You know what? Um, yeah, I think April 8th does seem to have a particular feeling about it, a vibe. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some stuff was going on, if really April 8th wasn't a thing, wasn't a real big thing. But as you know, probably by going through these, if you've been staying awake, then you know that rarely do the big events happen on those days. It's sort of like the harmonic convergence. Nothing much really happened the day of the harmonic convergence. But look what's happened since the day of the harmonic convergence. Nothing much happened 2012, 1212. Nothing much happened. Look what's happened since then. It's an activation. It starts something. You're not going to notice it usually. Sometimes, so it's obvious. But you're probably not going to notice it that first day. It's going to start there, though. Yes, we love our countess. Yeah, the comet, that'll be interesting. Yep. So hello, Project Skyfalls. 4, 5, 6, get your Chloe fix. That's right. Um, so I'm I'm thinking it's okay, and I'm telling people, if you have to sleep, don't feel bad about it. Get sleep wherever you can. You're going to need that because your body repairs itself while you sleep. That's when it does most of its healing work. That's when it does most of its repair work, the rewiring and all that, retooling everything. Okay. That's one of the things. And the other thing is all of this junk is getting pressed out. Don't be surprised if you have really weird fucking dreams, okay? Because I sure am. If you have really weird, more so than usual dreams. So, um, so yeah, it's absolutely necessary. If you're feeling like you need sleep, you need to get sleep. Don't feel bad. I'm not. I'm sure as hell every chance I get. If I'm feeling like it, if I have to stay up, I will. But if I get a chance to sleep and I'm feeling it, I let it happen because then I get up feeling so much better. I mean, but we are really going through some stuff. This is really work, dudes. It's work. Okay. You can't expect something major and massive like this to not have some kind of an effect on your body. Now, beyond that, yeah, you may have some cords attached to you. We can fix that. You can fix it. You can heal that. You can get rid of them. You can get rid of those cords. You may have some things draining you. You can deal with that. I would do it as fast as possible. Okay, I would certainly do cord cuttings so that you don't have anything draining you. I am hoping that you know that there are some people that aren't going to be coming with you. Some people you're going to be leaving behind. And some things and places you're going to be leaving behind. They're just not going to exist. They're going to be gone. And we're going to see sort of effigies of that for a while. Okay. It's almost like we're seeing the collapse, the crumbling away, uh, kind of an effigy what's happening in politically right now. I think that is an effigy of what is happening to old Earth. So you might want to think about that. But I'm not worried. I'm fine. I know I'm going to be fine. I've seen my future self. My future self seems to be pretty happy. And I'm really feel like I'm really blessed. Our pets are coming with us. Yeah, as far as I'm iodine, yes. That's exactly what I'm getting onto right now. Let's put our heads together. What have we used? What are we using to make ourselves comfortable during this transition? And I know you guys have some things in your back pocket to bring to the table. So let's go. Night's so effing awesome. Oh, sleep patterns are off. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's normal. It's as normal as it's as normal as you can be in a time of very abnormal events. Okay, these are not normal times. We're not in normal times. If your sleep patterns are abnormal, you're just normal. Okay, I hate to tell you, but it's going to be normal to have abnormal sleep for a while. And of course, you can do some things to get better sleep. Turn off your Wi-Fi. Don't sleep with your phone near you. That kind of thing, you know. Um, there's all kinds of things, and you've probably been over a lot of them. But I told you some of what I do. I make my bone broth. I put some miso in there because fermented soy products contain an enzyme that gets rid of dissolves fibrin. Fibrin is what makes you stiff. So I am getting more limber by having that issue addressed with fibrin. As you get older, you don't make enough of. I forgot the fibrin dissolving enzyme. So you need to replace it. Now, eventually, that'll come back online. I think all of it will come back online. Castor oil. I've started with castor oil. That's another one, Gladys. Castor oil has been a lot of people been talking about castor oil. Oh, your problems are coming from the plains. Yeah, that is a problem. Did you know that you can declare your territory and like me You can declare that they can't come in your territory? Well, if that is what you're guided to do, I don't think I could do fruitarian. Uh, yes, Jackie, 100%. People report that. Yes. Yes. People have reported stuff like that. Absolutely. Well, I get my meat from farmers usually, or I test it before I buy it. I test it with, well, I have a kind of a psychic thing I do with it. I hold it up by my heart, and if it makes my heart hurt, I put it back down again. It's not safe. If I hold it up to my heart and it doesn't hurt, it's safe. And then I see kind of a green light or a red light. And I've set this up. You can set up stuff like that. Whatever you can do, muscle testing, whatever you're good at. Okay? Whatever it is you're good at. Set up tests. Because what might hurt one person might not hurt another person. Okay? Some people can tolerate some things better than others. I have no problem with meat. None, nothing. Um, Limburger cheesetarian, grow food, yes. Yeah, well, you know what? I've started castor oil, and I hear that that is very, very good in many, many ways, many uses for that. And you can look them all up, and maybe we'll do a show on castor oil at some point. Fruit is what I use instead of sugar now. I will have fruit, and if you are worried, like I eat a lot of meat. I eat a lot of meat. I eat chicken, beef, pork. I test it. I have a very good tolerance to meat, though. I also have a long digestive system. I had some kind of a test. It's like I have a different there are different digestive systems. Uh, if you have one type, you're going to need uh, more seafood and leafy vegetables and blah blah blah, and you have another one, you'll be doing better with fruit and so on. I found that really my very best. I felt my best when I was having a lot of when I was in Florida. I was having a lot of fish and fruit. Probably, I'm kind of back to that. Fish and leafy stuff and fruit, and not much else. Hardly any grain, hardly any corn, no wheat, rice once in a while. I don't get constipated, by the way. I do not ever get constipated. And and if I ever show any signs that I might be a little bit, if you eat dates, you're not going to get constipated. Dates are a lifesaver. They're, I learned that a few years back. Um, fruit will help keep you regular. That's for sure. And so will things like cabbage. Has a lot of fiber. So, ooh, Trace. Good for you, though. So actually for you, the abnormal sleep may actually be a plus. Ooh, Amish cheese. That sounds very good. Power naps, yeah. Absolutely, Gladys, I'm off the refined sugar. I still use a little bit of, um, natural brown sugar, you know, organic, unprocessed. I use a little of that. Soda. Soda is yeah, it's hard, but it's one of those things that's just not really good. The wheat is 100% weaponized. I would say, oh, geez, leave the sweet, leave the soda rather, and leave all refined sugar behind. You can have stevia, you can have fruit sugars. I mean, there are some good organic fruit sugars. There's organic cane sugar even. Organic cane sugar's not bad. A little bit of that will not hurt you really. I use it, a little bit of that, not a lot. I will use stevia. I really like stevia. It's not good in everything though. I find it's not the taste is a little off in some things. It's better in some things than others. But fruit to make things sweet. Um, that's good. Uh, coffee, I use coconut oil. It's gonna sound weird as hell, but it works really well. Coconut oil is pretty good in coffee. Um, sometimes I use cream. I use real cream though, heavy cream, the regular cream, cream. You know, organic milk. I will drink organic milk. Some people go, milk. I don't have any problem, not a single problem with milk, nothing. No problems with milk. So I can have that. Not everybody can. But usually I put coconut oil in my coffee and a little bit of Mina Evu olive oil. And why? High polyphenol. Dr. Gundry will charge you like 40, 45 bucks for high polyphenol Moroccan oil, olive oil, oil of olive oil. But I found on Amazon Mina olive oil is Moroccan high polyphenol and a whole lot cheaper. It's only about 13 bucks or so. So, way cheaper. I recommend it. Once again, I'm not getting sponsored by any of these. We cannot protect ourselves from everything. I've said this for literally years, literally decades. Got called out by Wayne yesterday. How? Brought up the subject there again. The subject of what? I know the fizz in the soda, but at least if you're going to make fizzy soda, get one of those things that makes the fizz in the soda, and then you can at least control what else is in the soda because it ain't good what's in the soda. What did you do, Mark? Oh, I'm telling you, I know, Trace. It was hard. I have my favorites too. I still have them once in a while, but just not regularly. A group for what? Maybe you can get one of those soda machines and make your own. But yeah, I'm kind of done with carbonation myself. Finally. Ginger tea, Mark. Absolutely. Oh, yes. Ginger tea is the bomb. Sassafras tea, too. Yes. Absolutely. Yum. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the subject to transmute together. Trina was sitting right there. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? Transmitting or transmuting or what do you want to transmute? I mean, what's the deal, Mark? Maybe I can help. I am happy to have people to share this my journey with here. You know, I'm happy to share my journey. I want to hear about yours. I want to hear what's working for you. I want to hear what's working. Cleaning the air. I have two air cleaners that are also ionic. I just got a third. Did you know that if you are in the US and you contact the energy company, they like I think it's the electric company, they'll send you an air cleaner for free. I'm not kidding. I got a free air cleaner from them. I haven't tried it out yet. Hmm. Sure, let's do it. What the heck? Transmuting, turning poison into usable, something usable. Yeah. Transmutation, that's alchemy stuff. I don't know what to think of Wayne in the last few. There's some reason I don't get his. I haven't gotten his announcements in a long time. I am not. I hardly ever see. I hardly ever see his show. It's like every once in a great while I catch a live, not too often. So I don't know what's going on over there. Ooh, yeah. Well, like I said, maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's you know that I'm not there too often. Um, yes, well, I'm down with that. I've been doing that all along, my friend. I've been doing that all along. I'm really good at that. You know, I'm good at that. It's one of my jams, man. Yeah. Well, it's not going to come back up because we don't have chat come up anymore. You know what? You're not crazy to try that either. I do it. I actually do that. So F anybody who says it can't be done. I have done that. And and part of it is consistency. Every now and then I make a mistake. So allow yourself to make a mistake and then do something better. Is doing it as a group in a group setting like we have done here before. Okay. Um, oh yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about either. Then not sure. We've done this type of thing here. I'm trying to think what you're talking about. Well, yeah, you know what? I try to. Oh, same intention at the same time. Sure, we can do that. I'm down with that. Group intention work. Yeah, you said you like that. I'm down with group intention work. Absolutely. Okay, let me tell you what I have been doing. You're talking about the planes, right? You're talking about the streaks in the sky? Are you? I know there's other stuff coming from the sky too, but just the streaks. I can tell you, I have declared my territory, and they're not allowed in my territory to spray anything like that. Okay? Because it's my circle, it's my sphere of influence. And people have watched them spray, 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 spray. It cuts out and becomes a normal contrail over my area. The streaks stop. You can see them. Yolana has witnessed it. Paul has witnessed it over my area. Normal contrail disappears behind them just like planes normally had back in the good old days. Disappears in a few seconds. None of that crap over my area. You can do that. Can we do it for the whole world? Maybe we can. Maybe we can shut it down altogether. We're heading for frequency 5. We'll be able to do a lot of stuff. It could be. Right. Yeah, see, Count Saint Germain now, I've run into Saint Germain too. So he's one of my guides as well. He is the violet ray. Violet is one of my colors. You know, the violet ray is the ray of transmutation. He's a master of the violet ray. Him and I believe Holy Amethyst. Okay, something I've got to say just to make sure everybody knows this. Your subconscious is very powerful. It is the bigger part of you, okay? If you can get your subconscious working for you instead of against you, you can have anything. Anything. I'm working on that. But you have to be first aware, like I tell you, of your iceberg. There's going to be things in your subconscious, which is the bottom part of the iceberg under the water. The um, the conscious is the part on top, but it's the small part under the water there, where all of that crap from your lives and lives and lives and lives and lives, and this life too, is stored. You can get that to melt off, to be the pure essence. Then you can have pretty much anything. Or you can think of it like an onion. You peel layers and you peel layers and you peel layers. But I think the iceberg works pretty good because as we melt off layers, more pops up. You'll be able to see more what's there. The more you melt, the more buoyant you're going to be. It's a pretty good way to describe it. Ah, is that why I do that? I didn't know that. I mean, I guess I didn't consciously know it, but quite often I do that. You know what else does? Scotty was worried when you said something about the clap, but oh, it's okay, Scotty. I'm teasing Scotty again. No, we're talking. No, we're talking stuff like that, Trace. So this is fine. You know what? I have something that's for heavy metal detox too. It's called Regal Zetox. It's Zeolite. What is yours made of? And I've spoken of it before, and I don't get any money from them either. But yeah, it's expensive. So is a lot of these things are kind of not expensive, but not really in terms of what you're saving yourself from. In terms of that, they're actually relatively cheap. Regal Zetox is literally will clean heavy metals and toxins out of your blood. It's micronized zeolite. And whatever the other stuff is, it might also be good too. Zetox is about $25 a bottle. So it's not horrendously expensive, but it's not, you know, cheap. About how much are we talking, Trace? Because yeah, I let me see if I can write it down so I can find it. I'll look it up. Where do you find it usually? Mitocore or mitocore. Okay. It's probably something. Yeah, and once again, it was around 2012 when I really started finding out the benefits of detox. Um, where's Dolly? Hello, Dolly. Who was? Wait, oh, geez. Okay, people were being bad. Well, Trace, I'm going to look that up. Mitocore. Absolutely. And if you guys have some stuff you want to add, please go do that. Please put it in right into chat and let people know what has helped you. What has helped you stay healthy, sane, and high vibing during this time. And it might be a little different. Oh my God. I am going to have to move pretty soon because staying still this long is not good for me. Yeah, $100 is on the high side. Ztox is about 25. Good, Puck Elf. I'm so glad to hear that. So glad to hear that. Where is Emmett? And what is he admitting this time? Puck Elf, huh? It rhymes with luck. Good. Yeah, cooking, making crafts, and creativity, sure. You know what? That's another thing. We are talking about food, we are talking about medicine, maybe herbs, stuff like that. What about activities? And we need to think about that because activities are yeah, I know who Puck is. Um, it's a pagan thing, really. But, actually, I am happy when I'm cooking. I cook at least 90% or more of my own food. I recommend it, and I recommend it because here, let me move this because I honestly, I am getting too antsy to be able to I'm gonna have to get up and run around a little bit or do something and just I can't run around, no, it's late at night. Uh, but, I can get up on my vibrating platform and run myself out a little bit that way. Cool, cool. Yeah, I cook nearly 100% of my food. The only thing I don't I get rotisserie chicken. I picked that up, and mostly, though, at this point, most everything else I cook. I make my own, like tuna salad and chicken salad, and I don't buy boxed mixes of any kind. I'm even thinking of making stuff like mayonnaise and stuff. Oh, pho soup. I've never had pho. Yeah, you know what? I make bone broth. I get a rotisserie chicken and make bone broth out of the carcass every week. I like cooking, it makes me happy. I like eating what I cooked, it makes me happy. I like when people like what I cook, it makes me happy. Yep, right, right. Yeah, sometimes you wonder what the heck is in the food that some people bring, like to a potluck. It's like I've been to potlucks where I've been like, mm, oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. Oh yes, lamb broth is really good. Lamb broth, beef broth, any kind of broth. Stock pot, me too. Got the stock pot. The stock pot, nothing goes to waste that way. You get the good of the broth, then all of the minerals and nutrients are in the broth, and you can just drink it down, and one of the wonderful thing is if you're trying to lose some weight and you're hungry and it's you're not supposed to eat yet, or say you're cold and you don't want coffee, you're coming in, you're cold, you don't want coffee or tea, you can have bone broth, there's no caffeine, and it's hardly any calories. You can have it in the middle of the night, you know, when you want something in the middle of the night, you can drink it then. It's a real comfort food. I recommend it. Oh, well, that's nice, Raquel. That's right. See, the gelatin is the collagen, folks. When you make it yourself, you're going to get all the good stuff. But you know what? You know what I noticed? Used to be they'd have bones in meat. Why? Because it would jack up the price. Now, when they have a sale on meat, there's no bones in it. Why? People have caught on to bone broth. Now that people are into bone broth, they're not going to put the bones in meat. You got to pay extra. Uh, what, a stock pot? Ooh, well, that's nice. Oh, that's very nice. Elf shelf. Not the elf on a shelf, but the elf's shelves. Okay. Yeah, because honestly, if you're not making your own food, you're taking your life in your hands these days. Let's face it. What they have found in food is horrendous. Oh, really? Ox tongue. Yeah, I like cow tongue actually. Oh, yeah, I actually like cow tongue. I haven't made it, but it's actually good. Okay. Because honestly, I really encourage that. Making your own stuff, you know what's in it. You can adjust things the way you want it. Knowing how to season things is gold, really. I mean, you know what? I looked at what this is so funny. Just in case, it brought it up, high blood pressure. I looked at what's got good for high blood pressure, good to get your high blood pressure down. Everything I eat and season with. There's no way I have high blood pressure. I'm not going to have high blood pressure. I'm not going to have diabetes because I don't eat refined sugar. I'm not going to have cancer because cancer loves sugar. I'm not going to have so many things. I'm not going to have renal disease. There's so many things I am not not going to have. And if you're checking everything good, you're not going to have poop in your burgers like, E. coli. You're going to not have all that crap, that other people have. I would love to click your link. I can't do it from here. So if you will please leave a comment once this comes back up or something so that I can see your stuff because I can't click that. Or maybe Scotty or somebody can send it to me. Actually, see that oceandiana@gmail.com? That's my email. Just remind me of who you are. Exactly. I was talking about that, and somebody else was talking about that too as a comedian. But it's true. I'm a peripheral shopper. Most stores, the good food is around the periphery. The fake food is in the middle. Except Myers. Myers has it all in one spot. All the real food is right there in the beginning of the store. From there it goes fake real quick. rows and rows and rows of fake shit, okay? But all the real stuff, the produce and meat and stuff, seafood and everything, fruit, it's all right there in the front, which is great for me, except when I have to go way in the back for the cat food. But, well, you don't have to have high blood pressure either. Me too, Trace. It's just like a therapy for me. When I'm blue, I cook something. I cook something really nice. Yeah, that's right. It is a kind of alchemy. It is. Absolutely. Absolutely, Puck. I think you and I are going to get along just fine. I'm down with all that. I believe the same thing. It's like cooking is a magical skill. I can give somebody a foodgasm. I can make food so good they back there with this look on their face and they sit back and they're like, "Oh, wow." I've heard like that's the best beets I've ever had. You know, it's just beets, Polish beets. Polish beets are the best, one of the best recipes. But I've seen people just like sit back and they're in ecstasy. That's the best bean soup I ever had. What's in that? You know, love, love and happiness. Yes, I give people foodgasms. I'm a good cook. Yeah, and very crafty. Me too. Lots of crafts. I love that. Yeah, I like making stuff. Lately, I've been taking the aluminum pie pans that come with a lot of stuff because I don't like cooking in aluminum. It's not good for you. Yeah, I've been cutting them up and making them into metal sculptures and giving them away. Yeah, it's the love. Yes. Yeah, Scotty foodgasms. It's like when people sit back and close their eyes and go, ah, oh, that's so good. What would you call it? It's like, oh, you're giving them a foodgasm because it was so good. Their whole being is just lit up now. Because, oh, that's so good, right? And I mean, it can be something simple like really nice, rich bone broth, even. A nice hot cup of really nice, rich bone broth is so good. You just be sitting there and you're like, oh, I can just feel it making me better. I can just feel it, you know, coming into me and making me. It's like kefir. It's like kefir has the helpful bacteria in it. It's like when kefir comes into my body and it makes me feel good. It's like, oh, I feel so much better. It actually gives you a good feeling on the inside. Yeah, no, Chloe. That's why I I'm encouraging there's a lot of things you can do. You don't have to do everything yourself, but there's a lot of things you can do that will help that aren't hard. Like I said, you can get yourself a nice rotisserie chicken, eat all the meat off of it, It's already cooked. Throw the carcass in some water with some salt and some vinegar, some apple cider vinegar. Put it on the back of your stove for a day or so. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean, Chloe. You know, when I worked, this is what I did. I would take a Saturday or some day that was not too busy, Sunday, something, and I would make about 5 different dishes. And then I would put some of it away. And then people could spoon out their food, whatever they wanted. I made enough for the week, and that was what we had for the week. We just would heat it up, put, something that's good leftovers. Spaghetti is wonderful leftovers. Some soups, macaroni and cheese was a good one. But I would put mushrooms and stuff in my macaroni and cheese. It was so good. But sometimes I'd make chili mac. It was better the next day. You know, you you make a bunch of food and you put it in your fridge or freeze some of it even sometimes. And you make it all at one time, and that way when you're working, you just come in and you're tired and you don't have time. You're not screwing yourself over. Then don't do it Saturday and say pick a day that you're not that busy. Yeah, yeah. It's like there are some things that are, pick things that are like really good heated up. Like meat. I haven't made meat pies. I want your recipe. I have never made that. Well, I make the bomb mac and cheese, so I make mac and cheese like you probably never had. Yeah, air fryer. That's another thing. Air fryer's nice and fast. That's good. But yeah, I would make it in advance and then just heat it up. And then I had absolutely no worries, and I didn't even have to. When I came home, I didn't have to go anywhere to pick anything up. I didn't have to call anything in. I didn't have to do anything. I just warm it up and eat it, and that's it. You know, it was wonderful. Second Life. You know what? I was in Second Life for a little while. Is that place still going? You know what? You can do those in advance too, Chloe. You can make those in advance. You can. You know what I got? And it's really, it sounds dumb, but it's really done wonders for me. I just got a toaster oven. It's so easy. It's fast. I make tons of things in the toaster oven. It doesn't take much electricity. It doesn't take hardly any time to heat up at all because it's really small. I make all kinds of things in that toaster oven. Yeah, it sounds good. Sounds like something I'd be into. Yeah. You know what? I would like to find you too, Puck. And you can find me, like I said, you can find me here in this channel. I have a community tab. If you sub, you can go to my community tab to hear some stuff from me and answer, you know. Um, I will if you if I make you a mod, I can't do it from here, but if I make you a mod, I can then you can put links and stuff in here. As a matter of fact, Buck, how's this for a deal? How would you like to come on the show and be a guest? How would you like to come? Oh, yes, cast iron and yes, yes. Yep, absolutely, cast iron pans. Um, I'll tell you what, if you want, you can come on the show as a guest, tell us all about what you do. I'm really down with supporting other channels. We need to stick together and help each other. Small channels rule though. They really do because we get the real truth, right? Toaster oven. Yeah, I know. Toaster oven is pretty small, but maybe you don't have room. Yeah, I'll have Puck help as a guest if you'd like to do it. Don't worry about it. We like accents. Toaster ovens you don't use much electricity. They're not very bad at all. We got to do something though. You do too? I used to do that. Really? I used to do leather work. Yeah. Um, I started to get into wood, but it was just like not where I was living. I couldn't do blacksmithing and the woodwork. I very limited where I was living. But I used to do leather work and leather sculptures. Oh yeah, that's a good idea, Dremel. Yeah, I loved my Dremel. Cool. Yeah, that is a good idea, using a Dremel. That is a very good idea. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna make something. Now you've got me thinking about, but it's hard for me to find where to get leather now. Leather is hard to get around here. It used to be easy. Now I don't even know where to go. Okay, please don't be judgy. I made all kinds of things, including masks, including sculptures for the wall, including floggers, and, you know, things for fun time. Some of it, yeah. And medieval stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And of course, I like blade weapons, so I've made sheaths for swords and stuff, and sheaths for other parts. And but Damascus steel, dude. We got to make some deals. I want me some Damascus steel pieces. Spoon. A Damascus spoon. Oh, cool. Really? Oh, let me know. Now we gotta make some deals or somehow. I got a lot of skills myself. I make jewelry, and right now I used to make costumes. I was a costumer. That's how I got into the leather work and stuff, and I made prosthetics, body parts like elf ears and stuff, Klingon foreheads and stuff, just stuff, all kinds of things. It's not a knife, it's a spoon. Oh, cute. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk a bit. Yeah, I love crystals, and I used to make silver jewelry. I don't have the equipment anymore, but I used to design silver jewelry, and I see some of my designs have already been stolen, copied and stolen, and I see them around from time to time because they were of the metaphysical and magical variety. So I haven't made the silver jewelry in a long time, which is sad. I'm in an apartment now, and I don't have the facilities anymore to make this half the stuff I know how to do. I loved, um oh, you fix stuff. Let's see. I used to be better at that, but not so much now. I could use that. Ease up with that. And I sing, and I write music, and we sing on the show. We have singing and stuff on the show. We have music on the show. Really? No way, Puck. Oh my gosh, no. You kidding me? Oh, we gotta talk. We have got to talk. That's very sustainable. Yeah, I sing karaoke here sometimes when we're having a party. We have parties here from time to time. Yeah, I have Sing Snap too. Mhm. Really? Dang, yes, I wanna know. Great. Right. I got all kinds of stuff I do, and I do some things that, not everybody can do, that aren't craft, but craft. Mhm. You build homes, Scotty? Wait, you build homes? You never told me this. Well, you see, I'm 66 years old. I know I don't look it. I'll never look my age. I'll never be my age. I'll never act my age. Oh, you're a contractor. I didn't know that, Scotty, but it makes sense. That makes sense. Scotty, I want to build an eco village. It's my dream. I want a place where we have nice, sustainable homes and a nice community full of weirdos like us that aren't going to get in our hair and make all kinds of stupid Karen like rules. Well, Scotty, where you been? Where you been hiding out? I've been intending that one show up. Jeez, I have an idea. I would love to make a community. That's one of my dreams. A beautiful community, but not like I like more of the Tartarian style building. Really? Why make so many things? Well, heck, no. You got to brew up some wine too, and some honey mead. I haven't made any honey mead in a long time. We could get a rather fine. We could get a rather fine tavern going, couldn't we? Oh, that's good. And I'm a performer. I sing, play musical instruments, write. I'm a performer. We would have sounds like we would have entertainment. I was even thinking I would love to build kind of a Hobbit village, B and B, where people come and they come to a magical village to live for like a weekend or maybe a week, and we have events, we have some performances, we have it's like a fair. It's like we have weekly, we have a fair. We can have vendors come and from time to time, you know. Cool. Yes, Puck. Exactly. Exactly. Well, I'd rather have a town circle than a town square. I think we should have a town circle. Me too. I make stuff out of plastic. Oh, you made biodiesel out of old plastic. I sound like the right kind of person. Where you been, Puck Elf? Ah, I've been trying to draw you for a long time now. I've been trying to manifest you to. Okay, here you are now. All of a sudden. Well, okay then. Am a born prepper too. Would you like to be a prepper too? Mm-hmm. Ah, well, that's awesome. Well, there you go. You do get to milk for free then. Yeah. Well, there you go. I am looking for a home like that where it's not fucking crazy, where it makes fucking sense. That's what I'm looking for. I want to live somewhere that makes sense. I want to live somewhere where I'm free to have fun with my friends, live a life, not be poisoned all the time, be who I am, be an entertainer. I love to entertain people. Yeah, it would be nice. Like, I saw this one person, she lived in a community, she had made her own Gypsy Vardo. I met her, actually. I forgot what her name was, but I met her. She made her own Gypsy Vardo and she lived in an intentional community. They had a community garden that they all kept up so they could have a lot of their food for free. And they had their own places. They didn't live all together or anything. And she was very happy. Her boyfriend lived in his place and she lived in hers, and they were very happy together separately. And when he was at her place, it was her rules. And when they were at his place, it was his rules. Her place looked like a beautiful, ornate gypsy Vardo. His place looked like a freaking outhouse. But they respected each other, so they were okay. Yeah, I do that too. I'm down for trading and bartering. Right. See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm on disability too. It's better to do the trading and bartering. Yeah, right. See, that's the way it really should be. We should just be helping each other out. We should really just be doing what we like to do, what we know how to do, what we have an aptitude for. That's what we should be doing. We shouldn't be sending kids off to colleges where They're gonna be indebted for their whole life. They're gonna start right out indebted. We shouldn't be sending them off to places where they teach them how to be completely nuts, okay, and protest for stupid things that actually I mean, some of these things are like the current protesting, some of those people would kill those people that were protesting for them. They would gladly do it. You know, if you got a woke mob protesting for people that would kill them, um, it's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's like really. I say go for the things that are real. We need to focus on things that are real. Absolutely. It's all broke. It's broken. I know. We got to do something about the materials, but I think we can fix that too, Scotty. We'll fix that too. You know what? We can group intend. Where is Mark? If we group intend that we're going to be able to get the materials with trade and barter, then that's what'll happen. Exactly. Exactly. I have said that so many times. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. It is. Well, Ocean wouldn't mess with the red button, but I certainly would change a lot of things. Honestly, people need to learn to cook. People need to learn to do things that are real, grow food. We should be teaching people how to live, how to survive, how to take care of themselves and others. I realize we need some technical people. We need people who are skilled. But I mean, if you're a poli sci major, what are you doing with your life, really? I'd kind of like to make some knives maybe one day. I'd like to learn that. Oh, okay. That's nice. A true Renaissance woman. Yes. Yes, that's why I learned a lot of things too. I learned to sew, knit, crochet. You know what? My little cat there, he gives enough wool, cat wool. I'm going to spin and knit a little or maybe crochet. I'm going to knit some garments out of his fur. I know how to do that kind of thing. I know how to knit and crochet. I know how to card and sew and practical things. Oh, so you're a MacGyver, huh? You're Lady MacGyver. Yep. Sounds like we should be friends. Sounds like we could be good friends. And like my other skills are being able to bilocate, remote view, send rain. I'm 66. I was born in the 50s, dear. I know. I know. I'll never look my age, nor will I act it. I refuse to grow up, and I refuse to grow old. Yeah, I'm an old soul. What can I say? And most people notice that. I mean, it was funny because when I was a kid, people would talk to me and they go like, "How old did you say you were?" And this was like maybe I was 12. But at 12, I looked older. Um, I was mistaken for the substitute teacher quite often. Um, but people would say, "How old did you say you were?" And it's like, "Well, 12." "You sound like you're 35." What the hell? You know, it's I'm an old soul. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Derek. Derek, yeah. Oh, well, was he right or what? Yeah, age, what is that? We are immortal, really, immortal souls. And I don't have the belief, and therefore I don't have the energy of a person who believes that I A, gotta die of some disease somewhere. I don't believe that we have to necessarily. At one point, look at one point in our development, we didn't age and die like we do now of problems. I don't feel like we are going to be doing that in the near. This is my real hair color. This is it. This is my hair color. You can see a little bit of white in there, sparkly white. But at 66, there is no dye in my hair. This is my hair color. A lot of it is your attitude. Please, people, come back. I've loved every moment of hearing from you. Um, I want to make a connection with y'all. I'm Danish. I'm Danish on my dad's side, Native American, Cherokee, Scottish, English, Irish on my mother's. Are you Danish Scottish? Shit, really? Good night, Trace. Well, hope to see y'all again. My email is on the screen. Get in touch. I'd love to see Denmark someday. There's a castle with my family name on it, my maiden family name. Now, wait a minute. Are you down in Australia? I always wanted to go to Australia, even though everything wants to eat you down there, even though everything wants to kill you. Oh, I used to go to all the medieval fairs and stuff. I used to love that stuff. I went to the psychic fairs. I went to the and metaphysical. I went to the science fiction conventions and fantasy conventions, and I went to the medieval fairs and the Renaissance festivals. And I was a vendor, so I made all kinds of stuff. I met all kinds of people. That was during my exciting life. Southeast Coast Australia. Huh. Hmm. Really? Lovely. I'd love to go and see it. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, people don't believe this is my real hair. This is it. This is what it looks like. There's no dye. This is my real face. It's never been lifted. It's just this is what it is. It is what it is. I'm wearing no makeup, none, nothing. Let's see, 80s. How old did you think I was? Ooh, really? Oh, that sounds lovely. Yes. I bet you would too. Oh, it sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful, sounds heavenly. No, I love that sort of thing. You already got all that going. That means I could just go there. I wouldn't have to build it from scratch. Oh, seriously. That's that's about what people think. They think I might be about 40. It's what I look like. And I hang out actually. I hang out with younger people a lot because of that. And because I think younger. I don't think like an old person at all. Hello, angel wings. But I think like an ancient person, but not like an old person. You're insured for food service. Well, good for you. I was thinking of that. I love to cook and I'm really good at some things. I got things that I'm better at than others, but oh, angel wings. I shocked everybody, I guess, but not my crew. I shocked them by being 100% perfect labs. She tried to give me high blood pressure medicine, and I'm going to have to refuse it because it turns out to be something I'm dreadfully allergic to, my doctor. So I'm going to have a talk with her, and I'm kind of looking for another doctor because I don't want my life in the hands of somebody who would do that and not look. But my results were absolutely, she called me and I said, I'm going to show her my blood work is going to be perfect. And you know what? It was like minutes after I said that, the nurse called me and said, "Oh, I thought you might want to know your blood work, your labs work is perfect." Perfect. Mhm. Now, this is from a person I I'm keto carnivore. I'm probably eating a whole bunch of things that are gonna make their head spin, right? People think I'm gonna come up as a matter of fact, even my own person who's helping me, she was really wondering what the results were gonna come back because I eat duck eggs, bacon, and sausage most mornings. But my lab work is perfect. No high cholesterol, no nothing. Nothing wrong. And I'm like, she says, "Congratulations, it's perfect." And used exactly those words. And I'm there. I'm 66. I'm not small. I'm not particularly active right now, but my lab work is perfect. Even, yeah, it's like being big doesn't mean heart disease or diabetes or anything. It's just you're just big. Okay. You can change that. And I'm changing that now. I've lost 36 pounds. I lost 36 pounds and my blood work is perfect. She tried to put me on some high blood pressure medicine that would have sent me to the hospital. I'm pissed off about that. But right, real butter, real food. You know what? I eat real food. That's what I eat. Eat real food. Exactly. Scottish, Danish, and Native American ate that for years, thousands of years. Milk. We drank it for thousands of years. You're trying to tell me now it's bad? Our bodies have adapted, I'm quite sure. Now, if they've unadapted, there's got to be some reason for that. I have theories. But my body, you just feed me food, you know? Just food, the non poison kind. And I'm fine. I can drink you under the table if I want to. If I want to get tipsy, takes a lot to get me under the. You can't make me fall down. Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm strong that way. You know, when I talked when I was 3 months old. I spoke in full sentences. Just up and started speaking in full sentences one day after not talking for 3 months. I, as soon as I was walking, which was soon after that, I started picking up my mother's exercise equipment and playing with it, the heavy stuff. And of course, my grandma looked at that and she says, "That's not gonna be an ordinary kid there. That kid isn't gonna be an ordinary kid." And see, I'm not. I'm just exactly the opposite. My body grew very quickly, very big, very fast, very strong. I mean, I could press 600 pounds. In my heyday, I could probably do it, and I could probably do it again. I could get to that again, I'm pretty sure. I could press 600 pounds with my legs, no problem. And it was so easy, and that's how I exercise and drive guys at the gym crazy. They'd want me to take off some. "Oh, that's not good." I'm not having any problem with it. Yep. Ah, well, maybe we can get it to balance out for you. But, maybe that's normal for you. It's hard to be a big, strong woman. It's not that easy. It's not that acceptable. It never was, and especially not in my day. No, they wanted willowy little girls. But no, I was a big, strong woman. I was a big, strong woman that could, you know, I have cast iron frying pans and stuff. And they're, a lot of people, they're too heavy. I don't even notice. I move stuff rather routinely if I had if my back was working right. I could move stuff. I have a broken off tailbone, but, and it's bothering me kind of in my older days now, that's the only thing, and I've got sciatica and some things like that, but, um, by and large, my muscles are very strong. My body is strong, and I can, move stuff. I mean, my friend Yolanda is just like she's younger than me, she's pretty strong, she's pretty wiry, but she looks at what I can move. If I'm sitting, I have to be sitting. I have to sit to do everything right now, most things. But what I can pick up, what I can move, what I can do, she's like, "How do you even do that?" Very strong. I'm about 5'8". Well, you know what? I had somebody at my wedding when I was married. I had somebody at my wedding that was 7'4", no, 7'6" woman. She was my bridesmaid. She made me look like a little elf, like a little gnome. Well, yeah, my grandma had cast iron. I didn't get her cast iron, which I did. Well, my people on my dad's side were Vikings. You know what? And I have to work sitting down. I have to do things sitting down, so I gotta figure it out too. Interesting. A willowy person as a blacksmith. Boy, that's unheard of. So, you don't, oh, you wanna bet, Chloe? You wanna bet? They sure are. And let me tell you, my ancestors certainly were. My father's side of the family certainly was. You hang out with stonemasons. I want a Tartarian castle dug on it. That's what I really want. I want to be a nice, but a sustainable one, a smart one. I want me something that looks like a Tartarian castle because I love those. I love the way they designed things back in the old days. That's not really true, Chloe. And where are you getting the information, honey? Because did you know that the Indians over here were once in the 7 foot range? Yeah, Native Americans were in the 7 foot range here when they first got here, when the settlers first got here. Yeah, there's a lot about history they're not telling you. There's a lot of bullshit. Yeah, that's the thing. Vikings usually have the wide shoulder thing. Yeah. Oh, blue granite quartz. Stonemason. Cool. No, not necessarily. The Sioux were very tall. The Anishinaabe were tall. The Cherokee were tall. No, they weren't cannibals. There was a tribe that was cannibals, though, and very dangerous. I can't remember which one, but they were. They weren't Comanche. They weren't. What were they? But yeah, they were very dangerous, and they were there was a cannibalistic tribe. Yeah, and you know how I know that we were even taller in the old days because we have an Indian mound here, and they excavated part of it, and the people that were in there were 10 foot tall and up. They're lying. They're lying. We've shrunk. We haven't grown. We've shrunk down. Yes, North Americans. Oh, yeah. Came up from the south. Yeah, the cannibal. Yeah, they actually came up from the south. Yes, we've shrunk. Right. Hmm. So they lied about so much. So much. Yeah, they tried to call this the New World too. And how come we're finding so many old buildings, ancient structures? This is not the New World. North America is not a new place. It's a very old place. And they didn't build a lot of this stuff. They repurposed it. They found it, stole it, repurposed it. And you know what? I figured this out a long time ago because I always had this feeling because we lived near Ohio, the old Ohio Edison plant. And every time we drove over it, there's a bridge that goes over that place. And it's right on the Cuyahoga River. And every time we'd go over, I would feel that place. I would feel the energy of that place. And I knew it was old, very old. It was like from the previous civilization, old. They just repurposed it. That's why I'm telling you, all of the people doing the mud flood research, I'm into that. I believe there were people here long time ago. It's like the pyramid in Bosnia. There are pyramids everywhere on every continent. There are Tartarian buildings on every continent. I mean, I'm talking China. I'm talking um, Mexico. I'm talking um, over in Europe. Uh, Probably, and yeah, down in Australia. There are even ruins, aren't there? Somebody was talking about the ruins in Australia and New Zealand. As a matter of fact, South Africa. It was the same culture all over. It was a worldwide culture. Hey, Brandy, how you doing? Hmm. Yeah. Well, the receipts are right there in the ruins. The ruins are the same style all over the earth. Same style. Like the same people built it, because the same people did build it, because it was a worldwide culture, because they're lying to you and me. They've lied to us for a long, long time. We have been told a whole, but we have been given the old mushroom treatment, kept in the dark and fed bullshit all this time. And I don't believe anything they tell me. They. I don't believe it. You know what? I believe they probably made up half a history or more. I don't believe most of history. We've already found lies, things that had to be outright lies. Hey, what's up, Brandy? The sailors say, Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. But my life, my lover, my lady is a sea. Oh, there's a lot more to the story. I'm sure of it. I'm quite sure of it. That there's a lot more. I might go see if I can talk to the spirit of the Indian that's buried out on that mound, out in that mound. They had to put her back. The local natives said no. They dug up a mother and her baby, a 10-foot mother and her baby. And the Native Americans said, you will put her back with her baby into that mound during a ceremony. Yes, I know about these things. Ah, which one? See, because oh gosh, what are you talking? Pumapunko, Tiwanaku, uh, uh, Chichen Itza. Mm, which one? Can't remember. There's so many like that. Oh, the Anasazi. Chaco Canyon. Yeah. Well, see, that's just it. We've got proof. And then you want to talk really big? You want to talk really big? You want to talk Titans? Take a look. Do you know why they call the face of a mountain the face of a mountain? Because they were faces. Everything you're looking at out there, all the terrain, was once alive biology walking around. If you don't believe me, look up Womb Cave. Womb Cave will make your head spin. They're trying to say natural erosion created that cave. Just happened to carve it in the shape of a womb and a vagina. And it even has, just look into it. You won't believe it. We'll go in. You know what? We'll talk about it on the show. I'll see if I can find somebody who knows a lot more than I do, but I know a bit about that. Oh my God. Well, it will if this is how you get giants, darling, and they proved it. You need to have higher air pressure and more oxygen. They've proved that in a lab. They can then grow giant specimens. But guess what? This world has been through many cataclysms. Those titans are left over from way back then. This place was very different at one time. And you know that's a fact because the huge animals called dinosaurs, we have some of their bones. So we know it was a very different place at one time. Mhm. Well, wait until you see the evidence. When Saturn was our sun, exactly. The purple haze, exactly. As the predilluvians, the ones before the flood, were huge, huge. And the flood killed them. And that is what the history says. Yes, indeed, I do. Yes, that's how they last up in the mountains there. Yeah, Max, our friend John, you got to come to the channel. He'll show you the giant. You know what? And another one that's good. There's a few of them. Not only that, but you want to hear fake. Some of those mountains are melted cities. That's another one. That's the closest we can come. They're melted cities, just like they melted that place in Hawaii. That kind of heat, plasma heat, can melt cities. Some of these mountains are actually melted cities. So something huge happened here. Huge. And it looks like a war. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There were dragons. 100%. Yeah, Mud Flood University. Another good researcher is John Levy. Um, well, he's mud fossils. He actually, you know, those colossal statues in Egypt? Well, one fell over, and all of these organs were on the inside of it. Now, who's going to sculpt organs for the inside of a colossal statue? We found all kinds of evidence. Wait until you see it. You're gonna be you're just gonna like me. I didn't believe it either. I didn't believe it for the longest time. I'm like, oh yeah, that's crazy shit. But then when I started seeing the evidence, like, what? Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, we have been so lied to. The underground cities. Yeah, that's another one. We got tons of them. Yeah, basically. Giants, dragons, great big lizards, and guess what? The giants were as big as the daggone dinosaurs. They probably were just about like today, just about proportionate. Just like us walking alongside a crocodile. Well, heck, they've got carvings where a man is holding a lion by the tail like a kitty cat. Come on, a lion, a full grown lion. Okay, well, that's not a myth. I don't believe. I believe that was a depiction of what they saw. And wouldn't these people be got damn, where does a 600-pound gorilla sit? Anywhere he wants to. Well, you know what? Where does a 10-foot god, quote unquote god, not really a god, where does a 10-foot god sit? Anywhere he wants to. What does he get to do? Anything he wants to. You got a bunch of smaller people trying to survive these people. We got tunnels here. Can represent status in society, but guess what? Guess what? It didn't. It could. And that's the story we're told. See, I took art history too. And that's the story we were told. Guess what? Not necessarily. Some of those people really were that big. Like I said, they took 10-foot people out of the Indian. That's down the street from me, man. Down the street from me. You want to hear mind blowing? But it's a secret. But the Native Americans know. The Native Americans know. The Native people everywhere know. They just ain't going to tell anybody. Ain't going to tell everybody. Right. Some of those great big huge temple doors, they needed them that tall. I don't want us to get mad at each other having this new friendship, but I've seen the evidence and it is mind blowing. And it threw me for a loop because I took art history too. Yes. Not like a mountain. No. That was much earlier. The Titans were dead long before then. The Titans died way back, way back. Pre, they were pre-Diluvian. Well, guess we better not even get into the Hindu gods with their Vimanas because the Hindus. That's their history. That's not a myth. That's their history. And those gods were not small. They were like they were not they were not little people. Those so-called gods were actually huge beings that were real from the stars. And actually, most of the blue people came from Syria. A lot of them came from Sirius, Arcturus. Um, and this place used to be very popular. We've had many species on this world, but you won't see them in fossils too often because actually, fossils, you don't get that many fossils of things like that. Usually, something weird happens, so you have a fossil. Um, it has to be something unusual, but the mud preserved the bodies. And so we have records of these things. I know somebody who found giant heads in a cave, giant skulls. And as soon as they let the authorities know, people came in, cleaned them up, and they never heard any more of it. And they were just kids playing with these giant skulls. As soon as they told their parents told the government came, cleaned up everything. You'll never hear a damn thing about it. Why? Why is it so important to keep these secrets, though? Oh, the blue beings. Yeah, I know. I'm a blue being in one of my incarnations. I remember when we were blue. Hmm. Exactly. Exactly, Puck Elf. You know what? Even in the Middle East, there are people with blonde hair and blue eyes, but they keep to themselves. That's why they still have blonde hair and blue eyes, because as you might know, the the dark hair, dark eyed is dominant. If they didn't keep to themselves, it all would have been blended in by now. Who? Who? Yeah, I really think so. Those are real. The blue Indian gods, they believe they're real, folks. They 100% believe that those people were real. When you tell them that they're lying, you're insulting them. Science has insulted these people, but they're the only one with an unbroken record. They have got records of these beings. We do too in the form of the Bible, but people won't recognize it. It talks about giants in the Bible, even. They're everywhere. They were all over the earth. Yeah. Well, now, this is the interesting thing. Of the Native Americans, this is another thing. Did you know there were black and white and red Native Americans? Yeah, yeah. My great grandma, full blooded Cherokee, coal dark hair, white skin, like me. Her sister, Genoa, see, she was White Horse. That was her name. Her sister, Genoa, dark skin, looked like a, was mistaken for an escaped slave or something. Sometimes there was some family dramas. She eh, people thought she was black, uh, uh, African black, but she wasn't. There were black people here before Africans were brought over. That's another one. It's another lie. Now, why would that happen? How could that be if there wasn't a worldwide civilization? No, no, I think the world was way different than history told us. I think they made up a lot of bullshit. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, absolutely. No, no, they're not slaves by default. That's ridiculous. Did you also know that they were enslaving each other way before we got there? Yeah, they were selling each other off to the white slavers. The white slavers weren't running them down themselves. They were letting their neighbors do that mostly. And why were they doing that? Because they wanted control of that land. Why were the Israelites killing off their neighbors? I mean, they wanted the land. They wanted their land. I mean, geez, that's happened all over the world. Yeah, migration theory isn't wrong, isn't quite there. Migration theory is not quite right. Well, gravity isn't quite right either. The theory of gravity is in question. Their theory of the Big Bang is in question. Their theory of evolution is in question. Science is in some deep water right now, and so is history. They're in some very deep water because everything is beginning to fail. All of their stuff is beginning to fail. All of the bullshit is beginning to come to light. Yeah, everybody around the world, it's the same story. It's the same damn story. And you know what? The Anunnaki, supposedly gods, they were just like us. They loved their beer and they loved to create life while they were drunk. If you ever wonder how some stuff came into existence, I imagine that's probably how it happened. But yeah, the stories are they like to get drunk and play with genetics. what the stories say. Who are we to say that that is a lie? And that what science says is a truth when science is a leaky boat now. Yeah, if the Egyptians built the pyramids, why aren't they building like that today? Because they can't. They didn't. That isn't their work. We remote viewed my group here. We remote viewed what was going on. This was my former, this was when I first started. We remote viewed what was going on when the pyramids were being built. And let me tell you, there were floating platforms in the sky, and we all saw them. We saw floating platforms. We saw non humans. We saw advanced construction methods. They were levitating stuff. And we're like, the fuck? We thought we were going to look at ancient Egypt. Well, we were looking at ancient Egypt. And yeah, there were lizards. They didn't build the pyramids. Right. Yeah. Actually, Cleopatra is way more contemporary. Way more. The pyramids were way old. Way before. When the pyramids were made, we looked at it. We saw it. We saw it. We traveled there. That's the thing about remote viewing. And that's probably why it's not taught in school or something, because they could. They could teach it in school. Because once you realize that you can look through time with remote viewing, oh my goodness, all of a sudden, that opens a whole can of worms. And then you begin to see all the lies, going back and back and back and back. And how much bullshit we've been told. We have gone and looked back at the past. And let me tell you, 90%, it's like at least 80% of it, I'd say, is made up. 80 to 90%, maybe. Um, some of it is it's probably just enough of it real. But even when we've looked up public records of when things were supposedly built, if you look at by the time they had photographs, if you look at the photographs of these buildings, you can tell they had wear on them already. Not only that, but the level of building was about the level of wooden cabins when they were saying these things were built. What, they were hauling huge stones with horse carts up craggy mountain paths? It's freaking impossible. They didn't do that. The canal system? Oh, they built the canal. Oh, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. The canal system was already here. And I felt that when I was working. I worked in the underground. I worked in, we have underground places here. They're eerie. It's like they're old, very old, very old, way old. I mean, the feeling is really ancient. It always gave me such a weird feeling. Could be because you know what? They're very much about hiding ruins by flooding things. So, Puck, I think you're on to something there. Absolutely. Base stones are different deck. They're different. It's like that with all of the old stuff. All of the old stuff. The evidence is right there, right in your face. Look at the stones. Stones don't lie. They get bigger and bigger and bigger going down. The deeper you get, how about this? They did a dig in Manoa, the Minoan dig. It's really funny because the farther down they dug, the more elaborate and refined everything got. That's why they had to close it all up, is because it went exactly against everything. The stuff on top was less refined, and as they dug down further, that points to a golden age, just to exactly what history says, what the real history says, not what the fake history says. That there was a golden age here. Got evidence. Plenty. Plenty of evidence. We've got these huge, big ton stones that nobody could move today. They've tried. They tried to move them. They had, you know what? They tried to move some stuff out of Egypt. They had to cut it into smaller pieces so they could move it. Today, that's what's modern. We do not have the abilities they had. But obviously, those stones were masoned. You know it as well as I do. When you look at a stone that's been cut, can you not see it? Of course you can. That somebody cut that stone. Oh, there's plenty of evidence. Look at how big the doorways were. Doorways were freaking huge. For who? People just, it goes right because that's what we're taught. It's right there. Right there. We've got drawings of people bigger than other people. But then the art people say, oh no, that doesn't fit with our plans. I'm sorry, but you have to leave it hallway. I'm sorry, but you know, we keep finding the receipts. How about evolution? Hmm? That's bullshit. Evolution is not a long, slow process for most. There are types of humans related to humans that just show up out of nowhere. No predecessors. Like the latest, what was the hobbits? They called them the hobbits. They just show up. There isn't any there isn't any predecessor. They're just suddenly there. It's bullshit. But just because they say it doesn't make it so. And just because we've been taught that doesn't make it so. And it takes a lot of mind bending. Takes a lot of bending to be able to even feature it. I know. because it sounds insane. And why? Why would they do that? Well, there must be a damn good reason. Yeah, I just told you several of them. Fuck. What more do you want? The stones, the carvings, the stories, the writings, the ancient writings, the ancient texts. What do you want? An eyewitness? They're dead. All we don't have is an eyewitness because they're dead, except for us, because we can remote view. So, in a way, we're an eyewitness, but that's not the same. But learn remote viewing. Go see for yourself. The paleontologist blew the COVID first hypothesis out of the water. Yeah. COVID bullshit. Bullshit's there too. Bullshit. No. See, there's all kinds of things. Yeah. And how did they do that with primitive technology? How did they do with very primitive technology what we cannot do today? You know that they got to be lying. That's true. Levitation or liquefaction. That's what I was thinking, Brandy. Either they found some way. Now, one of the things I saw in one of my remote views was what looked like a building printer machine. It ate stone and printed buildings. It looked like a printer machine, only for buildings. Now, if you look at some of the buildings and how accurate some of the stonework is, how exact it is, measurement wise and everything, I'm looking at some of that and it's like either it's freaking molded or it's printed. It had to be either made from molds or printed, some of it. How in the hell would you use ancient carving apparatus to carve things that accurately? Even once, let alone thousands of times, like in the Hindu temples. Literally hundreds of identical. Oh, geez, it's beyond belief. The most simple explanation is there was an advanced culture before us. That is the simple explanation. The reaching far is all of the bullshit we've been told. But it would make absolutely sense if there's a culture they don't want us to know about. Why? Because we had a lot more power back then. Obviously, they had some secrets that they don't want us to know. And maybe they're using their secrets for themselves, those secrets for themselves, and they don't want us to know for that reason. Because they could be sharing this technology with us, but they're not for power reasons, for keeping control. Maybe that's why. I don't know. It's just a theory. I can't prove it. Yeah. I mean, In perfect lines. That kind of perfection? Primitive people? Are you kidding me? Right. Yeah. I mean, they talk about this culture. It's recorded in many verses, many texts, many places. Why are we denying it? Why do we just out of hand say, "Oh no, that was just a myth"? And yet, I do believe that, yeah, we had ETs. Of course we did. Why not? If it was a lottery, look, all the stars in the sky, all the planets that could be out there circling those stars. If it was the fucking lottery, we'd all be winners. We'd all be billionaires, considering how many stars there are in the sky, how many planets there could be out there. Of course there are ETs. Of course there are. The odds are very much in the favor of life out there. Probably lots of life. As a matter of fact, when I was a kid, so you don't understand that when I was a kid, I had a lot of this sight too. And I accidentally saw there are people everywhere. And I'm like, what the heck happened to me? But that's a whole nother story for another day. Now, I couldn't convince anybody of that, but I kind of kept it under my hat because I knew damn well nobody believed me. Not with what I was being taught at school, but I saw it. There are people everywhere. The universe is teeming with life. They just don't want to deal with us, but they will soon. Very soon. You'll get your proof. It won't be that much longer now. They're starting to show themselves more. And I've got pictures of them myself. I've got pictures of the ships and stuff. I've got pictures of, well, heck, just about everything that they say is false is true. There are Sasquatch. I was never interested in that until they got in touch with me. It's like, wait a minute, you're real? Yeah. Oh, that was mind boggling. That was mind boggling. Yeah. See, that's just it. Why would they want our pineal glands calcified so we can't see for ourselves? Because if we could see for ourselves, then we'll know they're lying. And maybe we'll see why they're lying. That's why. That's why they poison us and make us live short lives. If we live long lives, we'd have time to figure it out. If we weren't so distracted and we had time to actually think it through, we'd figure it out. But we don't have that kind of time. Most people are too distracted, and they'll make you more distracted. They will encourage you to be distracted. They will give you cell phones with games and all kinds of things that you can flip through that'll give you hits of dopamine as you flip through them to keep you distracted. That's exactly what it does. And look at the latest generation. I live in a college town, or right at the edge, out in the country, actually. You know what? These guys are famous for wandering across the street looking at their phones, not even looking to see if they might be getting killed, about to be killed in traffic. Yeah, see, Puck, that's the thing. Typo. Typos. That's why I want you to come in and talk. As a matter of fact, I want to hear your lovely, I want to hear your lovely brogue, whatever it is. I want you to come on the show. And you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to. I don't even care. You know what? If people disagree with me, that's fine. I love a good, as long as you can handle a good discussion. If you can handle a good discussion, we're fine. And I will love you just the same, whether you believe what I say or not. As long as we respect each other, you can have an opinion that is completely different from mine. I don't care. I am not one of those weenies that has to have everybody exactly agreeing with me. It's not going to change. Now, if you have a really good argument, I might say, oh, well, you got a good point there. Maybe, maybe I was thinking of it the wrong way. Maybe it's the way you think it is. I can do that because I can change my mind because we can do that, you know. There ain't any rules against it, really. But when you're one of those weenies that has to be everything your way, oh, isn't that the woke? Everything has to be their way. Oh dear. Hang on, I'll let you in. Just give me a moment. There's Buck Elf, my new best friend. I love you, honey. And
Oh,
it
you too.
doesn't really fucking matter to me whether you agree or not, all about everything. I think you have a fine
Right?
mind and a wonderful person.
That's why we have conversations, right? Hold on. I'll fix my sound. Sorry. There we go. All right, headset. We're good now.
Mm-hmm.
Test, test. Can you say something?
Mm-hmm.
Test, test.
Yes, we're fine. We hear you.
Um,
At least I hear you.
try again.
I hear you.
All right, yeah, I'm good. I had to jiggle my headphone port a bit.
There. You
Get
have a
back.
lovely accent. What are you worried about?
Oh no, but I swear out of habit because I'm Australian, and I
That's
noticed.
okay.
Yeah,
I
well, I'll drop.
fucking swear myself.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to be dropping C bombs or anything, but all right. So do you want to see some little arts and crafts I make then? I guess. Yes. Hold on. Let's look
Gosh, if
awesome.
we were going to worry about that, I mean, Ken, we have a
Yeah.
good friend, Ken, who is
Oh,
from
we need more.
Australia. So
So I
he
got my
says,
Templar night shirt on. Oh yeah, fuck the Arabs. I got my sarong on because when we get around the Pacific Islanders in my little loose skirt.
ah, well,
There we go.
it's just a shame it ain't a kilt.
Oh, I've got a kilt that's 350 years old, hand me down from Campbell's too.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That family heirloom, that one. My older brother didn't get it. Oh, I got it because I'm the stench one.
Mhm.
All right, so Here is a tiny miniature fairy doll I made out of matchsticks.
Oh,
Another light.
that's very cool.
I don't. Wait, hold on. Can I get
Gosh, I
more light?
do these shows and I never know what I'm going to get.
Give me a sec.
Some of the most interesting shows are completely unplanned.
Oh,
Completely
there we go. That's
unplanned.
a little bit more. That's a little bit better.
Oh
So
my
this
God,
is
we've been on for 4 hours. Does it feel like 4 hours, guys?
made out of craft matches,
Hmm.
and it's got a little leather stud I've coloured in with the metallic rattle bead paint pens.
You know what? I hate to tell you this, Puck Elf, but I was getting confused whether you were a male or a female, or Trace was a male or a female, or
That
whoever was,
doesn't
because it
bother
was
me.
all kind of running together, all of the comments,
That doesn't bother me. Like, I get
But
around like fucking David Bowie. If you want to call me lad, lass, fucking, I don't give a shit. I get around the adroit
who?
stuff.
David Bowie? Oh,
Yeah, it's not a
he's,
sexual thing,
what
but I
did
don't
you
care what
just say?
people assume I am.
David Bowie.
Yeah.
My boo. Okay.
Okay, so
My
this is
man
my
on the other side.
new little arts and craft. Hold on, it's
David
made out.
Bowie.
Made out of. It's got
I
red
knew him when he was alive.
paint on it, and it's got like all drippy tarnish. And then you turn it over, and it's got an extra third layer on the back with more rivets and shit. So it's actually built like a hardcore medieval door. And then I've got a little porch for it, and I've even made a little bloody mailbox that goes with it. That's
Ah,
got the
ah.
yeah, and so that's all going to go together on a tree limb in the park. And I'm going to have a bit of like a ledge coming off a branch, and then the door out on the corner so kids can see it out from the branch. And then I'll put a little mailbox down in the ground that they can stamp on and fuck up if they want. It's only made of cardboard and coloured in silver. It's not real metal. They can't hurt
Mm,
themselves.
I'm not done with this, but it's going to be an eye patch. I'm
Hell yeah.
kidding.
Did you know I can make steampunk goggles and shit too?
Oh yeah, you know what? I have too,
Yep.
but
All right.
not from metal, unfortunately. Not from
Now,
I well, from partly metal,
check
and
this one out.
but how can you do that? Oh, I want some.
This is a
I have
survival.
a design that is lovely. I
This,
got to show you.
this is a survival bracelet I made for a girlfriend because she likes my rock sling. And I said, how about I make you a fancy one? And so this opens up from a bracelet, and it's 3 piece sewn together, and then the two cups actually make a medieval rock sling.
Wow, I love it.
And so I'm going to make her a paracord. I've only got some white here, but I'm going to make her a red and black matching paracord bracelet. And so you wear this one, and on the other hand, you wear your paracord. And if the cop's saying anything to you, you're like, fuck off, it's not a rock sling, it's not assembled. But you got your survival bracelet on you. But it's like fashionable and shit too. And it looks nice. And that's for a girl. There you go, that's some stuff I make.
Wow, totally cool. I don't have very much sitting here except for this. A
Oh, I
few
love
little things.
textiles.
Yeah, textile stuff. Some
And
of
is
it.
that crocheted or is that like scrunchy embroidery?
This is crochet,
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can, yeah.
and
And
I'm
you know
going to make a lot of them and put them together.
and about beading, you know the Swarovski beads, them
Yeah.
real antique glassy ones.
Oh,
My
I love
friend,
them.
yeah,
Everybody does.
one of my nanny
Here's a
girlfriends.
pendulum I made.
Oh well, I like that. Yeah, yeah, one of my friends makes those kind
And
of
right
things.
here, a nice little detail. It has a little glass moon hanging from it.
Oh no, I'm all about moons. Yeah, I always get moons when anyone's trying to divine
And
me.
this is ruby zoisite, the stone ruby zoisite and fuchsite. It's rather
Mm.
unusual, rather unique. You won't?
There might be different geology. There might be an American geology thing because we've got opals and garnets and sapphires in Australia, and I've never heard of the fuchsite.
Well,
But to me, I'd pronounce foo shite as fuck it.
fuck it.
Yeah, it's the foo shite. It's called the fuck it.
It's called the fuck it.
Yeah, you
It's
know,
called fuck
foosh.
it.
That
Fuck
would
it
be
stone. What?
PHCUIT. The foo
I
shit.
hope you don't
Yeah,
get
it's the
mad
fuck it.
if I do my fake Aussie accent sometimes. It's called fuck it stone. It's
That's right. It's our fuck stone, mate. Fearing him to the right. Bloods on Sheila. Fucking stone. Here we go. To the right. Willy nilly on your bite. All right, that's enough.
oh yeah, I only have a few things here. Yeah, I just have a few soft sculptures. There is a thing called oddball. This is an eyeball, a crocheted eyeball. It's going to go on something else, of course, but
Yeah.
there is a place called Oddmall, and their symbol is an eyeball,
What's the
and it's
thing
for
that
artists. It's an artist shop.
I just had to find my nana's big Woman's Weekly Bible from like 1978 of sewing. She's got the Woman's Weekly Sewing Bible. I rescued it from the bin after a funeral when they were raiding her fucking house, man. Because I love like fucking any kind of like a
Hmm.
creating book, whether it's woodwork, pottery, fucking sewing, whatever. Yeah, cooking, fucking. I'll just hoard those books, so like reference books. And so I got Nana's Big Woman's Weekly Almanac Bible from like the fucking late 70s. And one of my girlfriends just messaged me and she's like, Puck, do you know how to do macrame? That interwoven crocheting?
I do.
Yeah, well, I said I've done it before, but this book has like 10 chapters on it. Bam! There you
Oh,
go.
yeah, with all the
Yeah.
fancy knots and
It's got
stuff.
yeah, it's got everything from Chinese knots to Japanese to English to yeah, you can just go
I was
through it.
interested
Yeah.
in that. I've done just about everything. I did clay for a while. I did silver work. I did lapidary. I did
Oh wow, I haven't done that yet.
all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Just I was interested in everything. I still am, but I don't have the room for everything. I
Same like
used to make, like I said, I used to make costumes. I made my whole wedding. I made my whole wedding. I sewed the whole wedding
wow,
basically.
that's fucking. I love like if I wanted to get back into crafting
I was
now.
an award-winning costumer. I was literally an award-winning costumer.
God, dude, like last like when I was growing up, I either wanted to get into real historical stuff like I do now with my crafting, and like actually go out into the wild and collect my own clay and discover my own paleo pottery and rebuild it and document it. And
I know.
archaeologists are interested in my shit. They actually ask me, can you try to recreate this? And I'll give it a whirl. And I actually got like
Absolutely.
proper dudes because I'm old enough now. I'm like 40 and I've been known for like my whole life doing this shit. They even asked me to come down to the local primary school and teach the Aboriginal children about bush tucker and making a bark canoe because I'm actually inducted into my local Abo tribe. But I'm not fucking Abo. I'm like, yeah, well, I can come do it and
Well,
teach you,
not
but
in
I'm
this
gonna.
life anyway.
Well, but that's what I mean. Like,
You never know what you might
yeah.
have been if you believe
Well,
in
it wouldn't have
reincarnation.
been a problem 10 years ago. It's only today in 2020 post era that I can't be white and talk about Aborigine things.
Mhm.
When I was taught by a well respected tribal elder. I've got fucking vintage of what I'm doing, It's not fuck around shit from the internet. And anyway, what was I going on about? Oh, these are all the leftovers of my Damascus steel. And these are
What,
all
Scotty, dear? What are you talking about? What crap? What you talking about, honey?
this is Damascus steel. So these are all offcuts from me making forged swords with bits of pattern metal left over from cutting my tips off. And so these are the drawings I've got going through the first couple of pieces.
Is something wrong, honey?
Yeah. Here we go. That is how I am making my Damascus spoon. That's the step-by-step guide of flattening out the flat layer bars, twisting them, and making a magic pond pattern in the tip, which is the ripple eye. I call this magic pond. Then it's going into stars and bars, and then the figure eight for the infinity symbol, Pisces, and the necklace loop. Because the girl might want a full set of zodiac keys, and so the first one I'm
That's
doing is magic for
interesting.
me.
Something happened. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Puck, but
You're right. You're
some-
right. You're right. I'm just
something
waffling
happened
about.
in chat that I don't understand. Brandy, what happened?
What's going on? I'm gonna
What
come back and
happened
have
to
a look.
Scotty? What? What happened?
I'm coming back to chat. I don't know what's up.
Oh dear. No, no, that's okay, Puck. Please go on. Scotty is taken off for some odd reason. I don't know why.
All right.
We'll figure it out later.
Oh yeah, fucking Hawkeye over me. Yeah, fucking cheers, Scotty. I can show you my bow too. I think I've known Scotty for ages, right? He might be saying to get me bow out or something. I make bows and arrows and shit too.
Oh yeah, I'm interested in that sort of thing.
Yeah, and I make them out of a single piece of wood about that thick. But what I do is
Oh, okay.
I carve the back away from the front. So you've got your white wood on the front, and then the inner core of hardwood ends up on the back of the bow where you're in compression, and then your white stretchy wood on the front ends up in front. And so it's like making a double laminated bow. You just start with a bigger piece of wood, and you got to carve it down to the hardwood from the back, and then you've got your
Hmm.
hardwood compression and your softwood in the front. And that's how Elf makes me bows.
Ooh. Can we have you on? Because I have been on for 4 hours, dude. And that's a while to sit here. But can we have you on another night? Can we schedule you for another night
Do
to
not
show us?
do not schedule me, but if I rock up, yes, I'll jump in because I've
All
got
right.
I've got mental health, antisocial disorders and shit, and so appointments really fuck with my head. But I'll
Oh,
be
okay.
here whenever I see you, and I'm keen to jump back in and keep chatting whenever. So
Okay, dear, because
yeah,
I'm just, there are people who are leaving because there's another one of their friends on that they want to go see. And me, I've been on for 4 hours.
yeah, no
So
worries. Drop us a link, dudes. I'll come over and hang out too. I like this person, and I've just met all you guys. If we're gonna go
I will
raid
be,
someone,
if I go to Hawkeyes, you won't be able to talk to me because I can't talk at Hawkeyes and we don't know why.
I get banned everywhere, lass. Fucking, I'm used to that.
I can't, no, I mean, you can't see my chat. I can be there. You won't know.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. Now, I've been a moderator in YouTube for like fucking 10 years. I know all the bullshit. Mm.
So
I
I
used to
gave
mod,
up. I just
I,
gave up.
yeah, I used to mod every UFO channel, but because I have antisocial mental disorders, I won't tolerate fucking shit talk and social media Twitter crap because I don't have none of that, you know?
Hmm.
That's the good thing about me. Like, I don't even have Twitter. And my real name isn't even my Facebook. I just use it to post crafting shit under Sapphire Elf. You know, yeah. I don't have a social media presence and I'm not reading fucking people's tweets. I watch the YouTube vids and that's it. I don't need to bring drama from one channel to another channel or from Twitch to YouTube, vice versa. Twitter here, Twitter there, fucking Facebook this. It's all just too much, you know?
Hmm.
If what
Yeah,
happens
I
on
have no
YouTube stays on
idea.
YouTube.
I have no idea what is keeping me from being able to chat in David's chat, but I can't. You can't see me. Nobody sees me. What
Yeah,
anything I type.
it's probably just been a pussy fuck.
I'm totally. I don't know what is doing it. Nobody
No,
can figure out what's doing it.
he wouldn't know what
But
it
anyway,
is,
I'm
but
talking
one
to
of the mods would
Brandy.
be bitching.
I'm talking to Brandy, but I'm sorry, love. I went there a few times.
Oh, wait, hold on. Do you want my Discord or my Skype or something? I can just throw
Yeah,
that in
I
there.
got Discord too, and
Okay, so I should be.
I got well, if you are subscribed, I do have a community tab in YouTube, and
Oh, wait, I misspelled it. No, I misspelled
I
it.
need more social media because, honest to God,
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not much
I'll
for
go to
social media.
I'll go to your tab and I'll add you right after this.
But the Ocean Diana at Gmail is
Yeah, I already copied that down to my notepad, but yeah,
yeah.
I'm too drunk tonight. I'm just fucking having a rip. So we'll see how we
Because,
go.
oh, Spite Fairy.
Yeah, Fairy. I spelled it wrong. It should be Fairy, not a Q.
Okay,
There's
wait a
no
minute.
Q. Yeah.
I'm going to get it wrong.
Yeah, I know. I spelt it fucking wrong too. So I don't know how to help you there. I'll be
Okay,
fucking
F what?
A F A
A
I R Y
F
hashtag.
A I R Y
Yep. So it's just
I
like yeah.
R
See, yeah.
Y.
There we go. I typed it
Spite
correct.
Fairy. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Typed it correctly there. And
Number
then
8003.
uh-huh. Then it should say like Puck Sapphire Elf Spears or
And
something.
this is on what?
Discord.
Oh, Discord. Okay. I don't even have mine written down in Discord. What mine is, but
Um.
I'm D Ocean's Deep Blue there too.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
like here.
whoever adds me in a sec, I'm just gonna click yes, seeing if there's other randos from the live stream. Like if Chloe wants to
Okay.
add, if Brandy wants to add, I'm down for chatting to everyone. Like
Yeah, I basically
g'day James O, how you doing?
I basically I lose, unfortunately. I'm kind of antisocial myself sometimes. I don't like
Mm-hmm.
social media much. I just don't.
I
It's
got I got 8 pages of fucking disorders and freakouts, and I'll have to tell you about that next time. But I don't have to give you the warning about my mental depressions now. But
Hey, James
you,
Ortiz, how you
but you,
doing?
but if else anything to go by with history, when I do have a depressive meltdown manic episode, you will get told to fuck off, and it's me pushing everyone I like away and just wanting to be like in my own little fucking pessimistic shithole. Don't try to help me when I'm telling everyone to get fucked, or otherwise I'll just keep saying more fuck shit. Just ignore me overnight and let me sleep it off, and it's fine. You
Okay.
know, yeah. And
Well,
so just being honest about it
I've
is the best
known
thing.
people like that, so don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
but that's what I mean. Just being honest
As
about it,
long
because
as you're warning us, so it's okay.
hmm.
You're warning us, and
Yeah,
that's good.
it's just confronting when it happens the first time you see it if you're not ready for it. So I'm just saying, I do have a lot of antisocial disorders, and if I have a manic episode
Oh
and you're on
hell!
my
You know
social
what?
media, there's a high
I
chance I'm just going to blanket spam everyone to get fucked one day, and that just happens, right? I'm fine the next morning.
I used to be a lot more I used to be very social, and then I went antisocial for a while because shit happened. But and now I'm kind of coming back from that phase. Um, so I'm a lot more social now, but still,
Hmm.
tell you the truth, I spend most of my time in solitude,
I've always been stuck as the
and I
social
like it.
butterfly. I've always been stuck as a social butterfly. Like I say, my magic power in the village is, oh, don't worry, I know a guy. And if I can't fix it, I know someone who can. And if he doesn't owe me a favour, I'll owe
I
him
know a
one.
guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
Yeah, that's my magical power. I just like literally fucking know everyone. Like I used to work at the
I
corner
used to be
store.
like that. I used to
Yeah,
be like that.
I
You
used to
know what?
work at the
I'm a Sagittarius. I'm born, and you know what Sagittarians are good for? They know where every the good stuff is. They know where all the
yeah.
good stuff is.
Yeah, no,
That's my job.
I'm a Pisces. I'm just floating down the stream in a rubber raft, going, "Hey, you got a beer, man? Cheers! Woo!" You keep going. Yeah, just
It
dreaming in
sounds
my
like you
own
have a
little
lot of
world.
fun, and it sounds like you do have a life together, even in spite of all your problems.
Yeah, well, I'm doing up my little caravan and stuff. This is my off-grid caravan. All that needs rebuilding over here. and then we'll get
Oh, you want
there.
to go out karaokeing now, Brandy? Is that what you're going to be doing now? Well, there aren't that many. I don't think there are very many people left on the stream.
Oh, I got Sing Snap links on my profile. Hold on, it's summer here. I'm gonna have to take my shirt off, and I know I'm horribly skinny. It's disgusting.
No, I'm kidding.
Leave me
I'm
alone.
totally
I'm
kidding.
Australian. We're allowed to. It's cultural.
It's cultural.
Australians don't wear shirts
It's
in supermarkets or
cultural.
pubs. Not in bloody summer.
Okay, love.
All
Well,
right.
yeah, like I said, I've been on for 4 hours, or I would be on longer. But honestly, 4 hours is a while. Kind of
I'm
a
running out
stretch.
of beer. I've
And
only
it's
got
too
two.
bad because James Ortiz just came in. You're going to have to play it back. It was interesting, James.
Good day,
We
James.
had some very interesting people in tonight.
Anyway, I got some Damascus steel shit sitting right next to me, but I'm gonna save that for next time and give you a teaser.
I have, yeah, a few friends here, but they're good friends, but very few now. I used to have a ton of them a long time ago.
I'm at look.
But
I
now that
used
I'm
to
66 years old, some of them are dead. I mean, that happens.
seriously. I lost friends like the first year out of high school to cancer, and it was one of the girls I had the biggest crush on in my entire life, and I was so fucking devastated. I'm like, are you serious? That girl from the bus a year out of high school died of cancer already. I didn't even get to date the girl yet. I'm like, oh, missed it. Yeah, anyway.
No, that is pretty sad.
Well, that's what kicked me in the ass and said, all right, don't be a hermit in the woods fucking doing your blacksmithing. You got to get a job in town on the weekends and you got to go talk to people. And so I got a job at the local petrol station, Shell. It's also a corner store. The boss isn't around on weekends. I can do what I want. I put the junior on the fucking cash register and I go around and stock products. And if anyone asks a question, I'm straight out there on the driveway. And I'm like, pop your bonnet. I'm like putting air in your tyres. I'm filling up your soap. And I just do that shit for fun while I'm chatting to you. You know, I do the full service for fun. Boss doesn't say I have to. I just do it because I work weekends and he's not around. I can get away with doing it.
Yeah, I do not. I can't. Facebook is almost like I should be on there. I should be doing stuff for this to help this channel. But to tell you the truth, it's crazy.
Oh, it's
When I
gruesome.
was in there, I felt kind of overwhelmed.
Can I,
Um,
can I
I
smoke a
can be
Bilbo?
overwhelmed fairly easily with a lot of people. It's funny. I'm a
Oh,
performer. I have actually performed for hundreds of people. But you put me like in this place, if I have more than two guests over, I start to panic.
there's a difference between when you're in the zone and you want to do it, as opposed to someone else handing you the mic and saying you have to do it. You know, like, yeah, I can't do external pressures. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But if
It's
I'm
like
in the zone,
as
if
soon
I'm
as
in the
there's more
zone,
than two people over in my apartment, I start to panic.
I'm
It's
like
too
that
many.
on I'm like that on online panels. I can't deal with hyper testosterone, and the more drunk Australians males you get in the same room, the more cunt they say, and it's just a competition who can be the most crude. And I can't play those fucking dick games with dudes. I'm just not fucking gonna do it. I don't like it. You know, yeah. So I'm down with that.
Right.
Anyways, you go to bloody bed. You've been on too long. I'll just chat your ear off for fucking hours.
Oh,
So
that's
you
okay.
better
Some
bloody
other night,
go.
though, my friend. Well,
All
we'll
right.
talk sometime. Hey,
Nice to meet you all. There we go. XOXO hugs, loves.
yes. And uh,
Live long and prosper
you're
as well.
welcome on my channel.
I've also got a boil on my face here. Normally my face looks like that. So there we go.
Well, you know what? I've got a wart right there on my finger, and it's from flipping too many
Oh,
people off.
I got one on my chopping up finger.
I just made it. No, it's just a
I got one on the
blister
back. I
because
got
I was flipping so many people off that I blistered my finger. No, I'm kidding.
setting fire to it.
All
All
right. Well, I'll see
right,
you
all
then.
right. Yeah, all right. You go. All
You
right. Good
take
night.
care. Oh yeah, Instagram. Oh yeah, I've heard about the reels. That drives a lady spellbreaker crazy. People keep sending her reels, and she goes up the wall with that. She's like, "Don't send me any reels." Yeah, it's oh geez, it's too much. It's too much for. I'm an empath. I'm a psychic. You know what? Some people can handle it, but to me, when I feel a whole bunch of people wanting, you know, it's like now it's almost, and when they're all discordant and and disharmonious, and they're all like jangly, and it feels like you know, it's almost it's uncomfortable. I almost have to things down, shut myself down, kind of, in order to be able to handle crowds. And I go to crowded stuff. I mean, I'll go to a karaoke bar. I'll go to a Sometimes I'll go to a big dinner with a lot of people or something. I'll go out, but I kind of have to half shut myself down to do that. Can you tell me what my energy feels like? I don't know what kind of energy I'm giving off right now. Well, if I get myself into that state of mind, Diamond, did you email me? Did you ever email me? Because I was kind of looking for your email. Let me see. You did. God, I gotta look for it again then. I have so much stuff coming in that it gets eaten sometimes. Or maybe if you'll email me again. But doggone, get me out of here. Why? Ugh, doggone. Yeah, I looked for it. Jeez. See, that's another thing. Email. I have so freaking much. I have unsubscribed to so many things, and still I've got so many coming in. I don't even know why and how. And then it just buries everything else. Well, you're subscribed, right? So you'll see me on. Click the all bell, then you'll see me on. I cannot click your link from being inside StreamYard, or I would have clicked. And I would have let you have the ability to make a link, but I can't do that from StreamYard. Oh, that's terrible, James. That really is betraying a trust. Yeah, he can't leave. He got shit to do. No. Yeah. But yeah, I'm in here, but like I've been on here for a long time. Now it's 4:34 and it's 1:57 here in the morning. So, I, you know, um, and it's kind of time for me to toddle off. And I'll do it too. I'll sit here and keep going for another 2 hours if I let myself, and then I'll be like dead exhausted tomorrow. Energy vampire. Ugh. Mm. Um, Diamond, I am so sorry, but I've been on for a long time. Can we talk privately? Can we chitty chat privately? And, I'll help you with whatever you need help with. And because honestly, I've been on for 4 hours and something right now. I'm pulling myself in because, like I said, for me, when I do this work, uh, I've got to pull myself in kind of to be able to do it. Otherwise, it's too much. Okay. So, y'all, I love you. And you are divine. And so you are creators in your own way. You create the world we live in. So dream big and dream well. And the truth is where you find it. And I hope you're always finding some here. We've got many new adventures that we're going to go on this year. This year is going to be very interesting. And I think there's going to be some exciting developments this year. We'll talk about it Sunday. We'll talk about more stuff Sunday. And please take care of yourself because I will really fucking miss you if anything happens. No, you're going to be fine. We're not going to have World War III or any of that bullshit. Not on my watch, we ain't. Well, I wish you'd come in earlier, Diamond. Take care. Take care.